And just, I guess, we want to make sure that people who are on hear us.
Yeah.
Commissioners Blanton and Housing, can you confirm that you can hear us? Awesome.
Okay.
And then I guess, can we just do a test real quick? If you unmute Sean, make sure we can hear him.
Yeah.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear him.
Cannot hear.
So that means, I guess,
Okay.
I switched the thing trying to fix that.
Okay.
Can we hear him again?
Sean, try again.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
And then do we just want to
Wonderful.
test?
Hi, can you hear me?
We are in business.
All right. I could hear you, Sean, both times.
Great, we can hear you very clear, so that's good. Good evening, welcome to Lower Moreland Township Board of Commissioners stated and advertised meeting. Today is September 10th, 2024. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance.
The United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just so everyone knows, I mean, they did say Ruth and Sean, two of our commissioners are on with us. Thank you for coming online with us on Zoom. Commissioner Blanton and Commissioner Housing. If you can't hear us or anything, send a message. So, thank you. So we'd like to welcome you again to our Board of Commissioners meeting. We'd like to remind everyone this is an official business meeting tonight. We have 27 items on the agenda. I'd like to start off by saying how important public comment is and your input to all of us. We appreciate your concerns and we appreciate that your interest in our community and coming out tonight and participating. To address the board for any public comment, the podium is right up at the top, at the front of the room. If you would please come up and state your name and address for the record. And I know everyone knows we know a lot of people in the community, but we still need your name and address for the record for this evening. So thank you for that. In the interest of everyone's time, we can't engage in long debates or dialogues. As such, we will keep comments to 3 minutes. Please avoid redundancies. If someone has already said something that you agree with, you can also say you agree with someone else, add something, and this evening, and we're here for you. We want if you would like to get your name and address on the record. So, and with regard to comments on the agenda, please, you can comment after each agenda item. We do have public comments. You can come up. If there's an additional comment or concern that you might have that doesn't have any relation to our agenda items, you can come up during the non-agenda participation time, which is at the end of our meeting. Also, I'd just like to say the board chair, vice chair, board commissioners may have discussions with the board and staff. After that time, if we can provide you with a short, concise answer, we will do so. If not, we will follow up regarding your concerns after the meeting. Finally, may we ask everyone to be respectful and kind, and thank you again for coming tonight. With that being said, the chair recognizes Commissioner Mueller, Chair of the Community Development. Commissioner Mueller.
Thank you, President Kurtz. I'm honored to be actually going first this time. So,
Glad to have you first.
Good evening to everyone that's here. So before I get started, I just want to make a couple comments, and they probably will be longer than a couple of minutes. Regarding tonight's first agenda item, and that is review and consider the final plan for BT Philmont 300 Philmont Avenue. I want to start off by saying that I've been on the board now for about 9 months. And there's no question about it that over that period of time and the year plus that I've been attending these meetings, that community development is absolutely one of the topics that gets a lot of attention. And in listening to comments from the public, and listening to folks on the board that I've had individual conversations, not this particular item, and I know this particular item has been one that has drawn a lot of comments. I can assure you, certainly from my point of view, the concerns of the community, they're the concerns of this board. Whether we're talking about stormwater, traffic safety, public safety, school crowding, they're concerns that we all share. And I can promise you that, at least from my perspective, that I share a lot of these same concerns and I have a lot of the same questions that many of you have this evening. So I wanted to start off by saying that, and also to go a little bit further to say from the school standpoint, because I know that's a question that comes up quite often, is that, half the board has children in the school and the other half either have direct family members that have kids in the school or they have, close friends in the neighborhood that are in the school. We all live in the community. So from the board's perspective, we share a lot of your concerns also. Second, why we're here today. So there will be a vote tonight to approve the final plan. The final plan approval is really a procedural step in technical review. It's not to rehash everything that we talked about before. And it's really only to determine whether or not there's differences between the plan phase, which was approved, and the final plan phase. So if there's differences that are around that, then we can talk about them in a substantive way. But if they're not, by state law and township ordinances, we're obligated to go forward with this. In fact, a lot of townships, and part of what the Pennsylvania code allows is that they can waive this particular phase that we're going through tonight and combine it with the preliminary phase. So what that means is that the preliminary plan approval is really the final plan approval, provided that there's not substantive changes that have been made from the permits that have been done so far. But I wanted to just outline that because I know there's probably a lot of questions and we're going to talk about some things. But what I would ask is, similar to Denise's comments, that we go through these things, that we limit our comments to things that the board can actually take actions on tonight, and not things that have already been approved. So keep that in mind as we go forward. Similar to what we've done historically, we're going to go through. I'm going to invite the applicant up. We'll talk about things. I'll invite the township consultants up to be able to talk about their aspects of it. We'll go through what the resolution is, the motion of the vote. We'll also ask for public comments, and you'll have a chance to be able to say this. Definitely time, take a vote, and then we'll proceed in that way, similar to how we proceed. So with that, I'd like to invite the applicant up, and they can present any gaps that they may have, what that final plan looks like, and then we'll move on to the township consultants, letters that we received from them. So
Good evening, Julie Bonds-Freckleton from the law firm of Eastburn and Gray here tonight on behalf of the applicant BT Philmont LP. As Commissioner Mueller had indicated, we're here tonight for final plan approval. And preliminary plan approval was granted by this board back in, I believe it was July of last year. And there have been no substantive changes to the plan. Basically, it was cleanup items from the original approval that we have now cleaned up based on the township consultant review letters. And then we submitted the final plan approval, final plans for approval. And we did receive the review letters, and the review letters are all clean review letters. So there's no comments that can't be addressed. They're just minor, again, cleanup items that will be done when we submit the record plan. With that, if you want to go back through the plan again, I know that the township, the board, the public is very familiar with this application and this proposed development. We're happy to do a quick overview again. I can turn it over to David Stewart, who is the project engineer with T&M Engineering, to run through it again if the board would like that. Otherwise, it's really in a position for final plan approval along with the resolution of plan approval that was prepared and the conditions of which are acceptable to the applicant. So I'll leave it to the board's discretion.
So because there might be some new people here, if you could just give us a high level view of it and go through it very quickly.
Leah, can you screen share the first page of the plan?
Yeah. Later. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is David Stewart. I'm with T&M Associates. I'm project manager for the project. And soon as we have the slides, I'll briefly walk you through the project, just to refresh your memories. Just shortly, I'm sure we're all familiar with the subject.
If you don't mind just.
Yeah, now I'm
we
gonna
get
talk
that
about
correct.
it. Yeah, it's fine. I was gonna talk. I'm sure we're familiar with the subject parcel, so located along Thompson. There we go. Philmont Avenue, not far from the intersection of Thompson Road and Philmont Avenue, approximately 8 acres. Essentially it's paved, was previously developed. We're proposing to redevelop it. There are several driveways that are located along Philmont Avenue. Approximately is a driveway access along Thompson Road as well. There's one. Just to orient everybody, Thompson Road is to the left, Philmont is to the top of the page. And the SEPTA/combo tracks are to the southern part of this page.
Are there layers on that map that we're waiting for loading?
Don't worry, it's okay. God bless you. And looking at the page now, looking at the screen now, you can see that we're proposing to redevelop into a multi-family building, 4-story building, approximately 75,000 square feet with 219 units. Associated with that would be a parking garage, which has approximately 353 parking spaces. As you can see, we have the 4 driveways along Philmont Avenue. I'll talk about vehicular access. We're maintaining the shared access with the sole property to the right. So that provides access to the parking garage. And it also provides access to the parking along the right side of the building. And then another access, we're maintaining access along Thompson Road as well. And that allows for full access from Philmont Avenue. Some other things to point out is that we are increasing pedestrians connectivity in the township. And that we're providing a foot trail along Philmont Avenue. We're also providing amenity space along Philmont Avenue, as we're calling an outdoor space, which will have benches, trash cans, et cetera, set up for the public to be able to use. Regarding utilities, it will be served by public water and sewer. Regarding stormwater, we will have one above ground basin, which would be the darker green color that's closer to Thompson Road, and one underground basin. Also associated with this would be a 25,000 square foot green roof on top of the parking garage. Sorry, on top of the building. My apologies. On top of the apartment building. On top of the parking garage would be a solar panels. And one other major part of this is the realignment of the existing stream that, as Chris pointed out, it was buffering on the last slide, but the existing stream is essentially piped through the property. We're opening it up and actualizing it to allow it to flow toward the proposed improvements associated with the roundabout. And then let's go to the next slide. Yeah, I'll talk about that as well. We're moving to the next slide. You can still see it here. One other thing that we are proposing is the improvements at Manor Road and Philmont Avenue. Associated with that is pedestrian crosswalk with a flasher to allow pedestrians to get to the public park on the other side. And additionally, there will be crossing Thompson Road as well to allow people to get from the SEPTA station across Thompson. And then this plan just shows the roundabout. We want to give context to show that during this process, we have been coordinating with the township engineers and the plans for the roundabout. So we just wanted to provide that context for the board and for the residents to show that we are taking into account the plan improvements at the roundabout. Okay. All right, good. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have anything else that you want to?
Nothing further than what was already stated.
Okay. All right, thank you. Tim, would you like to walk us through your latest memo?
I can indeed, and to your point, Dennis, the preliminary plan approval is a document that we spend a great deal of time putting together, preparing, and assuring is complete. The consultants, Mr. Rice's office, and that preliminary plan approval creates a checklist for tasks that must be achieved in order for the plan to be finally approved. And that checklist is what we go through as consultants when reviewing a final plan. And so we had early review letters, we have revised plans, we've had calculations, and basically when the set of final plans comes in, we sit down with the resolution compared to the plan and create a checklist of those things that have been completed and accomplished and what things still remain as kind of open items. Over that last year and a half or so period of time, most of the effort that has been spent on the plan is securing those out. And that it will not result in major plan changes or modifications other than that to which we expect and have seen. So in my review, I've again gone through all my early review letters, and in my review, here's what remains. Well, actually, one thing has been completed. There is a pretty strenuous joint permit application between the Army Corps of Engineers and the PADEP to provide for that realignment, that opening of that stream channel that bisects the property. That permit has been issued. We know that I have seen the last reviews from the County Conservation District acting as agent for DEP for this stormwater permit, this NPDES permit. And I always like to compare the technical review of that NPDES permit to my own review to make sure that I have been consistent with DEP and they are consistent with me. That last technical review has been addressed. There was nothing amazing about that review. Based upon my experience with the Conservation District and the time that has evolved since that resubmission of David's plans to the district, I would expect that permit to be issued within the next 30 days. I will let Chad speak to the PennDOT permit issues. But other than that, what is left from our side of the table is an obligation for the applicant to produce some final documents with John Rice's office. We'll need to prepare a land development and financial security agreement that will identify all those things that are obligations of the developer, the improvements that we are expecting, and the financial security that they must put in place to assure that those improvements are completed. There is a stormwater operations and maintenance agreement that runs in perpetuity with the property to make sure whoever owns the property, whether it's this entity or some future entity, has the obligation to maintain, improve, repair, replace that stormwater system that has been approved to support the project. There's some easement agreements with neighboring properties and with some the kind of common drive access between. Fire marshal, I believe, has approved the plan, but I'll let Mr. Shally speak to that. There is some fees that need to be paid, a fee of $400,000 to traffic improvement fund, connection of sidewalks to Mallard Road, which Mr. Stewart spoke about, the final plan details for the streetscape improvements, I believe, are complete. I think there's some materials that need to be selected, but other than that, the plan has been in compliance with that final plan approval or the preliminary plan approval to the extent that, from my opinion, it is ready for final.
Okay, thank you. Our two associates, would you like to come up and?
Sure. So I think all of our items are also will comply. There was some architectural design manual, which I haven't seen, but I believe that everything complies with the requirements. And it is just the percentage of the facade that could be certain materials. So there's a list of a couple of things. We just haven't seen the architectural design manual to confirm that, but it looks like everything does comply. The other thing was the open space. The last set of plans we saw, I didn't find the benches, but I know that they have stated the benches were supplied. And the last one was there is lighting that is in the plan, but we're missing lighting on the lower level of the garage, and I believe it exists, but it was not shown on the last plan set that we reviewed. And that was it. So everything else is in order.
Okay, thank you. And from Bowman,
So from the traffic perspective, really the outstanding items have been cleanup and final design items that we've been working with the applicant and their engineers on, primarily as they navigate through PennDOT's HOP process. The township and our office has been working with them over the summer months to nail down the scope of the pedestrian crossings that Mr. Stewart mentioned on Tomlinson Road and in Manor on Philmont Avenue. And we feel that's in a good place now. The applicant made their most recent HOP submission to PennDOT in August. So really, we're just continuing to move forward with these last few cleanup items, continue to monitor and work with the township and the applicant as they move through the final stages of the HOP process, which I think they're at a place now where there's some confidence that the scope of improvements have been nailed down, and they should be heading down the home stretch now in terms of securing the permits that they need.
Okay. Thank you. Before I turn it to the board, would you like to address any of the comments from the consultants?
I have a question for Mr. Stewart from TNM. Just with the lighting on the lower level, will that be included?
Yes.
Even though, thank you.
Yes, so that will be included in the plans. It is with, we're coordinating with the MEP team, and it is shown.
Great. That's all I have.
Well, that's a good intro to the rest of the board. If there's any other questions or comments. Sean or Ruth, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, if you send the invite to Sean first too.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, just one, and again, I just want to make sure that, like Dennis mentioned, I am also new in terms of, or the board had been on it for about 9 months, and I want to make sure that I understand this one last question pretty clear. Despite that, the vote that happens tonight, given the fact that there are a couple of permits that are still outstanding, based on what you shared, Tim, is it right to understand that should something happen, right? I don't know what it would be, but should something happen that would call into question the ability to grab those permits, tonight's vote would not allow for work to be done despite that. Is that correct? Like, they would still need to get the permits, and if something were to happen to them, then development would either stall or would go further into the future, even if we vote, we vote tonight for this final plan approval.
Sean, that is correct. So any approval the board would grant would still be conditioned upon during those final permits. And to your point, if something crazy happened in some review that substantially changed the plan, then they would have to go back to us.
Understand. Cool. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that was really super clear. So thank you.
From my point of view, I've been very clear all along that I was unhappy with this project. I'm still unhappy with this project, but I also understand that it's going to happen. The question is when, and the timing of it all. And we're hoping that the timing will be after the roundabout is put in place. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the commissioners? So at this time, I'm going to open it up to public comment. But I just remind you, 3 minutes or less, please. And as I previously said, at this stage, it's not that stormwater and public safety or school crowding is not important, or it doesn't matter. It's just for this particular step, it's not relevant. So if you have, I'll invite the public up. If there's any questions, comments that you'd like to make, please come up to the front, state your name, your address for the record, and share your comment.
Yes, hi, Judy Moss, 144 Byberry Road. My question is the pedestrian crossing and the whereabouts of the pedestrian crossing. Because my concern is when the 12 children that live in this complex decide they want to go to Ridgeway, once we have a roundabout, the traffic never stops. That's the whole point of a roundabout, to keep Philmont moving, correct? We all agree, keep it moving. So putting up one of those lights that people disregard on Byberry all the time at the trail crossing is out of the question, because then you're stopping the traffic on Philmont. So I want to be sure that children or people that want to go shoot hoops or play tennis can get safely across Philmont Avenue. Is the pedestrian crossing that we're talking about a bridge over Philmont so people can be safe?
No, the ped crossing is not a bridge. The ped crossing, like any other mid-block crossing within PennDOT District 6, has to follow the permitting requirements and meet everything that those need to meet from a traffic perspective, from the number of pedestrians expected to use them. They go through a series of reviews under PennDOT standards, and that is what it is being reviewed against.
But how would they get across safely?
The signal is provided in the same way that other mid-block crossings are provided in this town and several other towns in District 6.
But that defeats the whole purpose of the roundabout, to keep the traffic moving on Philmont. Right?
It sounds like a traffic engineer question. So what's the offset from the crosswalk to the roundabout?
Yeah,
there's got to be some
The
distance,
pedestrian
right?
walk that you're talking about is not related to crossing over to Ridgeway, correct?
Well, there is a pedestrian crossing that will be constructed on Philmont at Manor Avenue at Ridgeway Park. That's the crossing that Mr. Hoffman referred to. Will have the overhead rapid flashing beacons, and by state vehicle code law, vehicles are required to stop at the crosswalk when those signals are activated. They follow, as the manager mentioned, all the design requirements by PennDOT. We're reviewing that and making sure that all those regulations are being adhered to in the design. And then going to pedestrian crossings at the roundabout, there will be pedestrian crossings there as well. Traffic by regulation will yield to pedestrians when they cross the legs of that roundabout. Those are the traffic regulations in PA that once a pedestrian enters the crosswalk, then vehicles have to yield to them at the entrances and the exits of the roundabout.
And so the premise is that vehicles do need to stop. And while yes, a roundabout compared to a traffic signal is designed to keep cars moving through the intersection at a slower rate of speed, but more constant, as any mid-block crossing, the expectation is when somebody activates that and enters the crosswalk, that a vehicle stops. If PennDOT was not comfortable that there was adequate space between that signal crossing and roundabout, or there was some component that they did not think that that was a safer condition, PennDOT would not authorize it to go through.
Chris, is it fair to say it's similar, what they're proposing is similar to the flashing lights and crosswalk that's at the Tarwood Road walking trail?
Yes.
Okay.
Which they ignore.
And also, Chris, it's similar to the one that we have on Huntington Pike.
This is
Huntington Pike, on Philmont Avenue, all of the rail facilities.
Flashes. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Landis. I live on 3166 Kathy Lane, so I'm very closely associated with where I live with this new project. I have questions that I don't think have been answered. I, of course, have a lot of interest in what the engineers have found, and I just haven't found that as publicly available information to read so that I can ask some questions about how this will work. But a question I have for the board is, have you looked at the impact of another 219 units of family? So I don't know about how many people this will house and what the effect will be on our budget as a township for our public safety officers. The needs for more fire vehicles, how we're going to have more, we may need another board member, how we are going to do that. So have you looked at this? Have we needed the need to hire more police officers? Do we need, how is that going to affect us as the taxpayers supporting you, our civil servants, and how does that play out?
Just as a project concept, the zoning along Philmont Avenue has provided for multifamily residential. In 2014, the board consolidated a number of locations where that was possible. the department head staff that you see sitting here in this room have all been here and understand what the possible things that could be built. If there are any operational kind of substantive changes that we need to make, they will be made to the board at your budget meetings. But I would suggest that our current staffing is adequate. We have fire apparatus that is being delivered that is adequate to serve not just this building, but the new high school, the Crescent Fields facility, the Huntington Place condos. These are all things that as a staff, we review on the board's behalf and make recommendations that if there are any necessary changes, how would we go about addressing them? But no, there is not anything specific as additional police officers or firefighters.
About how many more people would be living on Philmont Avenue if we fill up 219 units in this building complex? What will the population increase in that area?
Well, the units are, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 219 units, 96 doubles, 123 singles, if the math works out, so.
Who can do the math there? How many people is this? And then I'm gonna turn and say to you, have you thought with the increase of that number of people, how that affects our public servants here and also public safety? Because it's not just the traffic, the storm water, oh my God, the school buses. I don't know if that has also been taken into consideration. It's more than just the bodies of the children inside the school, but the latenesses that we have continually because the school buses and the traffic. So that's a whole nother topic, but I'm also very concerned about, there has been an environmental study, but I don't know where that is. I have not been able to review that to ask you intelligent questions about that since I live next to that. But we also have some serious public safety issues with Philmont Avenue being closed whenever there's a really bad storm. We do need more police officers. We've had many thefts in our neighborhood with people's cars being broken into. I'm sure you're very well familiar with. So that would say to me, we're probably going to need more officers. With how many people, did anybody do the math with a few 630 more people? How many more officers? How many more patrol cars are we going to need? What does that do to your budget to run the township effectively? So, I mean,
Your 3 minutes are up.
I'm a minute up, but have you guys said yes or no? Has that been taken into
The
consideration?
plan approval considered all these items that have been approved. And as I said at the beginning, what we're doing tonight is, it's really the technical review for the difference. So
is there a budget for us to look at?
this year's budget, we're still getting, this coming year's budget, we're going through that short.
Yes, but the budget is a process that happens every fall. We will project in any of the tax revenues from this building at the point that the county assesses it. But we're also still looking at several years until anybody is occupying this building. I would not suggest that there is a BET Philmont Flats specific budget that the board will need to review for any necessary changes in our operations. Our staff is capable of addressing the new things that happen.
And just to let you know, there's our traffic engineer sitting right there. We did have a traffic study, so.
I hear, where is it? Can we look at these things? Because I actually would be very interested.
Request with my office.
That would be wonderful. I want a lot of information. So, but thank you for my questions. I mean, this is money and we're taxpayers and you're all here to help support our public servants.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Room or Jeff?
Dr. Robert Valerio, 3166 Kathy Lane. I just wanted to follow up on traffic is in a good place. Your person on the monitor had suggested that she expressed that she desired that the roundabout be built first, but she didn't explicitly ask. So I'm going to explicitly ask. Is the development going to be contingent on the roundabout having been put into play first?
No.
Or are you? That's a shame.
So just for the board's reference, a 30-second explanation on that. There was a 2015 version of this plan where any of the corresponding traffic improvements were going to be the responsibility of the developer. Those would have been contingent for their occupancy in the building. Many of you who have been at these meetings previously have heard me say the explanation is that ultimately the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission and the Montgomery County Planning Commission were able to secure funding that is federal dollars that funnel through the state And it's on a program called the TIP, the Transportation Improvement Plan. That funding going to this intersection makes that a PennDOT project. And therefore, the way that this is actually happening is the greatest amount that the township has the ability to manage for when this building gets occupied compared to when the traffic improvements are made. So there are certain HOP improvements that will be the obligation of the developer to install prior to the development opening. But we are not in a position as a township to require the roundabout to be constructed first because of that funding that was authorized for this project.
So PennDOT took the project over, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
it was asked, it was answered. Explicitly, is there a light for the development or is there no associated light added?
There's not an additional traffic light, but there will be, as part of the PennDOT permit, the way that people access that property, there will be turn lanes and things of that nature to get people out of the main lane traffic.
We've made the pedestrian route supposedly safer. Is the intent to then follow up that now this is now safely close enough to the schools to remove the busing from those developments and ask that all of them walk to, is that within the high school walking distance? Is that within the middle school walking distance? Is that in between the Murray walking distance?
Any busing considerations are a school board matter, not a board of commissioners. So they
But it would be all entwined in the permit, would it not?
No. So the busing, the district would have their own rules that they have to adhere to for who they provide busing.
Okay, all right, I think that's kind of everything.
Thank you.
Good evening, John Farah, 2589 Kirk Drive, 0.9 miles from the site of the proposed development. I'm not opposed to apartments. I think you can mitigate stormwater, traffic stinks, we deal with it. I am very concerned, and I don't believe that the number that was given by developer for the number of children that would be added to the school district is even remotely possible or realistic. We just heard 630 people possible, and I believe the number they threw out was 9. Does anybody in their right mind think that 630 people, that ratio could at most be 9? So my comment or request is, can we vote no tonight and do a real study or look at some actual data on perhaps the Toll Brothers development down here where the same exact thing happened, triple the amount of kids that they reported? I mean, does anybody think that's realistic? 9.
No.
And that's my concern. 6 years, I've moved here. My daughter is 6 days into kindergarten. We love it. You guys have kids, you're concerned. That's really where I'm at. What's going to happen 5 years from now if there's 200 extra kids? So that's my comment. That's my main concern. I think we can deal with everything else. You can mitigate some of the other things, but that school number is BS, plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Anna Everman. I live at 2616 Bonnie Lane. I've been here before. I've already asked before, so I'm going to ask again. Has another traffic study been done since 2015? Because we've been asking for that multiple times and the answer is unclear. It's been 10 years since that traffic study was done on the roundabout. And if I've learned anything in this township is just because something is designed by engineers doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it work, doesn't mean that this roundabout is going to work. And I'm still going to request, if it's possible, to do another traffic study and another study on how many kids are going to come into the school district. The buses are insane. The traffic is insane. We live less than a mile from Murray Avenue. It takes my kids an hour to get home. There's no way that this is going to make things better. I know it's not relevant, but it's still important. It's important for you to continue to hear it because we pay the taxes here. So again, will there be another traffic study done since it's been 10 years?
So I think understanding the terminology is important for the board. So I think what we're referencing is that the roundabout concept was first proposed as one of 6 options for how to address Philmont Pine Tomlinson back in June of 2012. That does not mean that the design of that stopped at that time. At the point that the TIP funding was authorized for this project, PennDOT had our engineers do what they call alternatives analysis and had them look at current traffic data and how that impacts a intersection design. That one concept was being designed for 2 signals. Then it was PennDOT's idea to bring back the that is based on current data and has to be continuously updated by the McMahon engineers to get this project over the finish line. So it is not that there's an old study being relied on. It's just when the concept of here's one of the many ways that you could try to fix this intersection was first introduced.
So I'm still unclear. So when was the last time they looked at this intersection? During a rainstorm, during a traffic, during school dismissal? When did they look at it last?
They're currently looking at it. So like the phase that they're in now.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it.
So Chad, your colleague Brian DiBiase is the person in charge of designing this intersection. He collaborates with a consultant appointed by PennDOT to do all of the things that Ms. Everett is suggesting need to be done.
I would like
So
to see it.
so it's a PennDOT project. So we don't post those documents here. But say one of the examples is I hear regularly from a neighbor who lives on Pine Road near this project where the Huntington Valley Creek, the stream channel is going to be moved to accommodate the new bridge that's being built and the different things that are happening. And I have him check in with me every 6 months because he's concerned about the impacts that the stream channel moving will have on his property because it will move closer to PennDOT is having the Bowman engineers continue revising that because it has to get DEP permitting. They don't feel like they have that in a spot yet where it's the appropriate time to be able to go speak to the individual homeowners who live in the immediate proximity to that project. But these are the types of things that are happening for the professional design team that's managing the project for PennDOT that are happening. I get periodic updates from Brian because we know with these meetings coming up, it's helpful for us to be able to talk intelligently about what is going on. These are the things that are happening, and it is for PennDOT to be able to guide the engineers that are working on this to go get the different permits that they need to get and address these specific concerns.
I disagree still with this project. I don't think it's right. I think there's going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of issues, a lot of crime, a lot of traffic. I mean, I'm still really against it, and I still can't see the data behind what you guys are presenting. But I'd love to see it.
If you go to a school board meeting or do a right to know or watch a YouTube on a whole meeting, they hired their own student impact study. They paid money.
What was that?
2 years.
And it was last year.
Yeah, about a year ago.
It was done immediately.
They did after it was approved, their conditional use permit, they went and paid for their own study to be done. It was very similar number wise on what the other engineer had said, or person who did the study, students impact in the school. It was very similar to numbers.
The 9 students.
Yeah, I think it's 12.
12 students.
Yes.
I will tell you that that's not true. It will not have, I know where we live.
That's what the professional, 2 different companies said.
One hired by the school board, one hired by.
Yes.
So if you ask the school board, you can get a copy of that.
Okay.
Thank you. The developer could.
If there's one comment.
Yeah. Can't you guys address some of this?
We've addressed this. We're at final plan approval. This is actually not relevant.
I'm sorry. I don't want to have conversations in the audience. We've answered it's public comment. Yeah. We've
I'll be quick.
Please state your name and your address.
My name is Colleen Quinn. I live at 408 Welsh Road. I don't know how many miles I am from this site, but I'm going to ask the question again because I'm still not clear, because I've been to several of these meetings and I do understand that the traffic study was done in 2012, 2016. We're still 10 years out. I've lived here for 24 years. The traffic has increased exponentially in the last 5 years on Philmont, on Pond, on coming down Tomlinson, you're taking that out, coming down the other way. So I still didn't get to your question, are we going to do another traffic study? I think that really needs to
Can I
be.
clarify this real quick?
Yeah. Ed.
So, initial study, 2012. It's being updated continuously. So they're reviewing it live, real time. It's not like they just shelved it at 2012 and said, we're done, this is the plan. It's a constant review process, which they're going through now. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So then you must be privy to this. So is it just our imagination of everybody who lives in Lower Moreland? Yeah, traffic is increased or, I mean,
We're involved in it every day as part of our job, so it's easier for us to keep track of all the dates and how often everything's updated, so I can understand.
I can't go to breakfast with this silly roads, I can't get down the parking lot.
So no, I can understand your point about trying to keep track of a project of this magnitude as it moves through the process. All the comments that have been made are true. The study was updated several times over the course of since 2012. Most recently, an alternatives analysis where we looked at several roundabout scenarios, intersections with more turn lanes. At some point, you do stop the traffic analysis process so you can design the project and move it to construction. When we do the traffic analysis, we project 20 years out into the future in terms of growth that will be experienced over this time through projections that are received from DVRPC in terms of forecasted population and employment forecasts. And when we do our traffic studies, we don't do a traffic study in 2022 and just base it off of the 2022 data and never look past that. We're actually looking 20 years and more out to the future. At some point, you do have to stop the study part of the process and design the project.
But if you're saying you're looking at it, you're monitoring it every day.
I'm sorry, these are all very good discussion topics. However, for tonight, we have a very long agenda. And for tonight, these particular items will not affect the vote of the commissioners. Because, we're basically approving the final plan, which was approval of the preliminary plan was essentially the final plan, as I said, unless there were substantive changes. These conversations, although they're good conversations and they're things that matter to everyone, trust me, they matter to every commissioner that's up here. They matter. They're just not going to change how we're going to proceed tonight, and I do want to move things along.
Right, I think more than conversations, they're valid concerns of everybody. That's why people are showing up.
Yeah, no,
because we're overpopulating, we're overgrowing, and it's just not a good look for Lower Moreland.
I sympathize and agree.
Walter Amos of 2567 High Road. I'll be very quick. I would just like to know, unfortunately, I had not been really aware very much of this project until only a few weeks ago. And I would like to know if the materials that were presented earlier, including the map graphics presentation, is that available online anywhere? Because I think it's a very interesting map and to be able to look at and understand what's going to be happening.
So we have a page on the website called Eye on Development. Right now, it shows that if you go to this specific project, the link takes you to architectural renderings. We can share those presentation slides. If that's agreeable to the applicant, we can put them on our website tomorrow.
You say the website, Lower Moreland Township?
Lower Moreland.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Upon approval tonight, after the vote, do you have a start date of when the construction will begin on Philmont Avenue?
Construction? It's gonna be addressed as shown.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have a starting date? Did they give you a starting date?
So that's a PennDOT project now.
No. I'm talking about construction.
Oh, you're talking about.
Yes, yeah, their construction.
Can you remind the board of, there's a no sooner than date?
Yeah.
Right.
Here's what happened. Here's what'll happen. Assuming the board approves this tonight, that's final plan approval. They then have to put record plans together.
Right.
They come in, they get signed. Engineers look at it, Tim looks at it, those record plans get signed. And they get, before they get recorded, they have to put up the financial security for all the improvements, and it'll be a lot of money. So plans don't go out of the building until that gets done. So that, I assume, is going to take a couple months because there's finalizing some of the outside permits. There's some I's dotted, T's crossed, that kind of thing. So that'll take a couple months. Once they fund the development agreements, you know, then they're going to start construction. I don't know when that's going to be, but there's a provision in the conditional use decision that there cannot be any certificates of occupancy prior to July of 2025.
2025, right?
Yeah, so that's, nobody's moving in.
No, I understand
It
that.
would be construction earlier than that, but.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So we're looking at the beginning of 2025 then.
for
Basically,
construction.
for construction.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair date, and the applicant's shaking his head, yes.
When do you just want to start?
It is entirely likely, as John pointed out, we're going to be several months worth of paperwork, which is going to push us into winter. We're not going to start in the middle of winter. It's probably going to be a spring construction start. And it's probably 2 years.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the room? Any comments online? Yeah.
Hi, yes, Kelly McGowan, 1144 Gant Drive. Just a couple of questions. When I first kind of happened into this, it was said that the roundabout was conditional to create a traffic flow that would be suitable for the 219, you know, probably a lot more like 600, you know, on the additional cars and flows and students. But if we are at least a year out on construction, is it possible then that we're looking at a roundabout being constructed at the same time as the development? Has that been thought of, or?
So we're going to parallel things. So they'll get to their construction timing. PennDOT still has construction dollars for this allocated to the end of 2025. So there needs to be a whole public bidding process. Probably makes it more realistic. You would see construction 2026, but they would be operating on a relatively concurrent path. But the major thing to remember for the board is that there are road improvements that must happen as part of the project. Those will be done and will be conditioned for occupancy. The roundabout just will follow at PennDOT's pace, which I think everything that we have done, everything we have invested in locally to try to move this along on the state level is to try to have them happen relatively close.
And what is the traffic impact and study when you've got two concurrent, you know, I assume the roads will be closed off, there'll be limited access with the 5-point rotary. What kind of considerations have been done with the impact of that? In other words, you know, doing the roundabout first and then the development so as not to completely lose an artery. It was said that I'm too far from the site, I'm 2 miles, and every time it rains or a student is, you know, a bus is late, I'm advised. So it does impact me. And it's important to note that emergency fire, rescue, you know, people are already struggling with the school buses as we've had numerous reports. Have we done a conductive study of the bus company and gotten their input on the possible ramifications to students? And also with the IEP, I know this is a school board issue, but this is something BET is responsible for as, you know, the taxpayers, everybody that owns a home is paying tax. Apartments, as we know, you don't pay taxes. So how is that money of $145,000 per student per IEP? How is that going to be impacted when your school studies are shown to be factual? Who's responsible? Is it BET or is it Lower Moreland?
The cost that's generated from this, or
yeah, so just there were a couple of questions in there. From a project phasing perspective, any private property owner, when they have their construction permits, they figure out how they access the site. PennDOT will be in charge of the phasing for the roundabout project. They will consider the things that are going on in the area when they develop that phasing plan. So once everything is fully designed and permitted, that is something that we will have from Bowman and McMahon. Just to clarify, this building will pay a substantial amount of real estate tax, while the individual apartment rentals will not pay it. There will be a total assessment for the entirety of the property. that will be paying a large school tax.
Does that include students? Is there an additional tax per apartment per student? No.
I can't do that.
In the same way that
Okay.
the tax off of its assessed value, that you get.
And final question, I know I'm at my time. What happens if PennDOT comes in and says, you know what, the roundabout is not feasible right now due to floods, due to congestion, due to just traffic patterns? What if they deny the roundabout? How will you go forward with the development?
So the broad answer to that is that, so PennDOT, the funding is allocated for the project. We made a significant investment as the township to try to move that along and get that through far enough in the design to have as much confidence as we can that they will do the project. Independent of the roundabout, though, every property owner, if it's at your own home and you're accessing a state road, or if it's a larger project on Philmont Avenue accessing a state road, has to make improvements per PennDOT to kind of mitigate the impact of their development, while also understanding that we've got a major regional traffic consideration that is not solely attributable to any of the singular developments that have happened along the corridor. So the broad answer is that PennDOT would require some improvements. Those improvements are already part of this plan as to what PennDOT would require BET to do to open this building.
Okay, but if they do another Woodhaven and just say no or cut the project, where does that leave the Lower Moreland citizens? We'll still have the traffic if BET proceeds with the building, but there won't be a traffic flow for that.
Yeah, I think Township Manager Hoffman answered the question, and you know, as I said before, you know, they're independent projects, and that's not going to change. It's not going to change how we need to be able to take action. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. McGowan. Anyone else in the room like to address the board?
This is quick. Actually, to the residents who are watching and on here, I've lived here 40 years. I don't know when the last time green space was on the ballot, but every time it was, you all voted no.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Anna Lax, 2997 Pond Road. They're developing across the street from me, and it was mentioned green space. I'm looking at a parking lot right now. I should look at a golf course, and it's some type of landing, they said, for emergency vehicles. I'm hoping that behind me really has green space, because right now the across the street, the 55 plus community, I see a driveway, and I don't know how it's going to connect to PennDOT, to be honest, because I looked at the roundabout plan. But right now I see a driveway. I was told that's for emergency vehicles. And there's like a landing. And I've seen like the fire truck do a U-turn on it, construction. I'm hoping that's only temporary, because I went from looking out my window at a golf course to a asphalt mill is what I see from my window. And that's what I'm hoping they landscape.
I seen them planting trees today.
Yeah, did you see the trees they planted?
A little skinny, huh?
They're right. I mean, like, the storage place over on Line Road, that's landscaped beautifully.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm hoping the 55 plus looks like that.
There's some renderings, I think, some pictures that we're gonna put up, but.
Yeah, I really, you know, because I'm sure, you know, once it's finished, I'm hoping it all looks good.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna move on. I don't think so. Is there anything else? Solicitor Rice, can you summarize the resolution for us before I make a motion for?
So what's in front of the board is resolution number 2444. It approves the final land development plan for BT Philmont LLC. The mixed use development consisting of 219 apartments, commercial retail space, parking garage, and other amenities at 3101 Philmont Avenue. I'm going to go through the conditions that are being approved tonight as part of this resolution. The plans that are in front of the board are plans prepared by T&M Associates Engineering involving 57 sheets for anybody that wants to come in and look at 57 sheets. It's available here. Last revised April 22nd, 2024, subject to the following conditions. Number one is compliance with the RE2 letter, which is the township's planner dated May 15, 2024. Number two is compliance with the Woodrow and Associates letter dated May 7, 2024. Number three is compliance with the conditional use decision dated March 14, 2023. Number four is compliance with the preliminary plan approval resolution, number 2023-12. Five is the compliance with the township fire marshal's requirements. Six is compliance with the rules and regulations of the Sorry about that. My phone went off on me. Number six is compliance with the rules and regulations of the Lower Moreland Township Sewer Authority, including the review letter of CKS Engineers dated May 10th, 2024. It also includes the payment of sanitary sewer tapping fees in the amount of $6,497.04 for each of the 219 dwelling units, and also payment of sanitary sewer tapping fees for the commercial retail space prior to occupancy. 7 is compliance with the Bowman review letter dated May 14, 2024. 8 is all roads, stormwater facilities, and open space shall be owned and maintained by the applicant. 9, the applicant shall comply with all other applicable township, county, state, and federal rules, regulations, ordinances, and statutes. 11, the applicant shall execute development and financial security agreements, and additionally, stormwater operations and maintenance agreement of the township. 12 is a list of shadow modifications which have already been approved at the preliminary plan stage. So they are that's a summary of the proposed resolution for approval, final plan approval of this plan.
Thank you. At such time, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 24-44, final plan approval for 3001 Philmont Avenue, as summarized by Solicitor Rice.
Second. Motion's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 24-44, approving the final plan for BT Philmont LLC as described by Solicitor Rice. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
I am opposed.
Do we need a roll call?
No, I have it.
You have it.
5 to 1.
Nay, I mean nay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on my agenda is the
Commissioner, if you mind just giving a quick second, and also I want to be able to send our commitments on the way.
Thank you, everyone. The meeting is reconvened at 8:07. Commissioner Mule.
Agenda item B is the building officials report. So
We had 145 building inspections for the month. We had 69 permits issued. Jill attended a virtual code class. We were at court for 3 separate issues this month, and we had 7 meetings with homeowners and contractors. Any questions?
Nope. Great. The next item on my agenda is my liaison report, and that is for Pennypack Ecological Restoration Trust. We did not have a meeting last month, but we do have a quarterly meeting that is coming up on September 17th, and at which time, following meeting, I'll report on that meeting. That concludes my agenda items for this evening. Turn it back to you, President Ferguson.
Thank you, Commissioner Mueller. Next, the chair recognizes Commissioner CANALE, Chair of the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you. President Kerr.
Here, do you want to use it?
That's good. I've got it from here. My first order of business tonight is the LMPD conditional officer approval. LMPD has another vacancy to fill following Officer Kelly Heist's recent resignation. Chief Smith is recommending the conditional offer be made to another candidate from the Civil Service Commission's May 2nd, 2024 list. The recommended candidate is Sean Cunningham. Scott, would you like to say anything?
Yes, so we had our competitive process this year. Sean Cunningham comes with experience. He's actually the current Temple police officer right now. We've been trying to take the best of the best from around us so they come and train. So he passed his background test, did very well throughout all the phases of our competitive process, and yeah, we'd love to have him on board.
Great.
And the conditional offer is conditional upon he has to complete a psychological exam as well as a doctor's. So
thank you, Chief Smith. Any questions from the board?
Kelly Heist is still listed as an officer with us on the website.
on the website, okay. We can just
Thank you.
Any questions from the public? Not seeing anything. I'd like to make a motion to make a conditional employment offer to Sean Cunningham.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to make a conditional offer of employment to Officer Sean Cunningham to replace Officer Kelly Heist. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Next order of business from
Sean, was aye. Ruth?
Yeah.
2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. The motion is passed.
The next thing I have on my agenda this evening is the emergency services analysis. This was conducted by Chief Showmaker. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Showmaker and Manager Hoffman to give the presentation at this time.
Mr. CANALE, good evening, everyone. As you're aware, we've been spending a great deal of time over the last few months in analyzing data from both the Burnett Fire Company ambulance as well as the Huntington Valley Fire Company. And we were specifically looking at data in relationship to manpower and response times. However, we did dig further into some other items that we're going to talk a little bit about. This data presenter reference that. Yeah, myself and Mr. Hoffman will be tag teaming this presentation and trying to get the points across as best we can and let you know what our findings were.
All right, so do you mind going to the first, next slide? No, that is the correct.
Okay, so basically we wanted to give you a little bit of history of what has transpired in this process, and it goes back as far as 2008 as I can find. The first study that was actually commissioned was done by a private consulting group that came in and looked at the fire and emergency services between the 2 organizations. What you're going to hear of my findings are a lot similar to what was done in 2008. There was an additional one done in 2019 at the request of the Huntington Valley Fire Company. There was a letter from the previous president to the manager Hoffman requesting a study be done to look at the feasibility of combining the two organizations, if I'm correct with that. I believe that's where it was. In addition to that, in 2012, there was a facility review done by an engineering firm that was looking at the Huntington Valley Fire Company. And in all of these studies, both facilities were reviewed as well for the conditions, the feasibility of use, and the future use of such. And then recently, what I've reviewed and what we're going to be talking about a little bit tonight. Next slide, please. So both the Lower Moreland Board of Commissioners and the Burnett Borough Council tasked me with identifying the adequacy of the response for both personnel, or for response and personnel for both the Huntington Valley Fire Company and Burnett Fire Company. I was to evaluate the benefits of consolidating both groups into one community resource. We were then to test it against a metric. The metric that we are testing against is the NFPA. It's the National Fire Protection Association's Standard 1720. We'll talk a little bit about that. And one of the things I found while I was doing my data analysis is that both organizations use two separate reporting systems, which makes it very challenging to dig into and look at apples to apples. But we were able to pull and extract the information we felt that was needed to do this. And we did that in the report that was finalized and submitted to the boards on both groups. There was a appendix sections that had most of that raw data in it for them to look at if they chose to do so. Tonight, we're going to do a basic narrative of everything and just try to briefly cover that. I did have the honor last night to do this presentation up at the Burnett Fire, or the Burnett Borough Council meeting. And we got some points across for some questions were asked, and maybe some more questions tonight, I'm sure, after this is done. And again, the issue here is it's not about a winner or a loser. It's about how we move forward and what's best for the community and the residents of the community and the visitors to our community. So again, it's not a competition between anybody. It's just a look at where we're at, what is the root problem and the root cause of the problem, and how do we fix it. That's what I was tasked with. Do we have the video?
Yes, that comes in after the NFPA 1720.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about this standard NFPA 1720, and what it is. It's a benchmark that we have established. It was agreed upon by both boards.
Real quickly, can you do the next slide?
Yeah.
Can you take notes at the same time and do manage the presentation and manage the
It's a standard that both the commissioners and the council approved to use to measure against. What it says is we are looking for a response. Again, it calls for 15 people. And then, again, it's designed for a structure fire, but it really applies to any fire when it's held up in a court of law. And the requirements are that we need to respond in 9 minutes from the time of dispatch to the time and location of a call. It calls for 15 personnel, and it says that you can do that through mutual aid to make that number. We decided to take that number as 4 personnel with suppression apparatus, meaning 4 people in a fire truck. And at a frequency of 90% of the time, they have to meet that standard. Now, I'm going to tell you that's a tough standard to meet no matter where you're at. There's a more stringent standard for a fully career department, but for what we're doing, a combination that we're looking at, because in both groups we have career firefighters, EMT paramedics, and we also have stipend folks, and we also have volunteers in both groups. So all in a nutshell, the 1720 was based on those really 3 criteria: 9 minutes, 4 people, 90% of the time on a suppression apparatus. And that's important. So in 2024, we took a look at the numbers.
This is where we dropped in the video.
Okay. I want you to see this video. Hopefully it's going to play because it's going to kind of give you a flavor of why 1720 was developed. There's been a lot of changes in the last 15 to 20 years and what we deal with as emergency services folks. And I want you to see this, and I'll explain it a little bit after it plays. So what this is going to be a comparison, a side-by-side room comparison of legacy furnishings in a house and modern furnishings in a house which are synthetic, or what I refer to as solid gasoline. And there's a big difference in how they affect a fire's growth, which is what affects how we operate and affects how you get out of your house. So there is a problem. You're going to see a tiny difference here that's very drastic. You know, sped up to show you the progress of it, but I want you to pay particular attention to the left, which is the legacy furniture. That's what you would have had in your house 15, 20 years ago, cotton-based material. On the right, the synthetic, which is polyesters and all kinds of materials. You look at this right now and you think that left one's really going to take off. Well, wait and see what happens to that right one in the time period. Keep an eye on that time in the center. It's very important. This is what's called total involvement or flashover conditions. It's when everything in the room reaches a temperature and ignites. It was 4 minutes and I think 38 seconds when it hit that point. On the legacy side there, and you can stop it, Lee, if you want. On that legacy side there, that'll burn for 30 minutes before it gets to that condition you can see on the right there. So we went from having approximately 30 minutes to 40 minutes to get out of a house if your house was on fire and be survivable, down to 4 minutes. And I got to tell you, this is what the real deal is. This is what happens. So that's kind of why 1720 was developed. There never was a standard for a criteria for how quickly we should be arriving at these scenes. But when they started to look at the science behind it, they said, okay, it's time to put some things together so people can start to plan and work on being able to improve their responses. And that's kind of why we're here tonight. With that said, I was getting back to the Huntington Valley Fire Company side of it. When I looked at their data, and the data that I look at is based on the reporting system that each group has in their organization. All the information is input from their members, so there's nothing I'm putting into it. With the exception of the Brennan Fire Company, the chief of the department does a separate review of numbers. I took some of his statistics off there just to compare to make sure they were accurate. That's the only thing I looked at on the outside from their side. So with that said, in 2024, from January up until May, when this report, I took the numbers from, there was 49% of the time that Huntington Valley Fire Company was meeting that 1720 standard, meaning they either had response time, I combined them with response time and manpower together as one grouping that we looked at. So when we look back over the last 7 years, which I had data for you go back into 2018 when they started, you see the numbers were much higher and they were really out of whack. It would take sometimes 12, 13, 14 minutes to get to a call. And we didn't always have the manpower for that. But what we found was around 2020, the time started to really improve and they were making some great efforts on getting that number down. What we think happened was in 2020, there was this program called the stipend program. What that is, they were starting to an initiative where the township funded money to the fire company. The fire company would bring in what's called stipend program. Those folks would be in the station. They're not employees, but yet they're given a stipend for reimbursement purposes. So that meant we had in-station personnel, which now took and those calls and cut those numbers down quite a bit. So, but when we look at the numbers of fires and we look at the time of day, which is one of the pieces we have in the study, majority of the calls that we respond to are from 0700 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. So this was a 6 to 6 program. So it did a drastic improvement to the response times. And during the stipend program time, we had the manpower as well back then. The problem we had was in the middle of the night, we were still experiencing the problems of not getting people out for the calls. There's lengthy response times. We still have that now. And that's some of the things we're going to try to tackle. But when we looked at it over a 7-year period, it was a 35% of the total volume that we were meeting the 1720. So collectively, over 7 years, it's not that good. I can tell you, the fire company takes great effort in trying to improve on everything they do. Most recently, Chief Middleman had asked me about expanding the stipend program a little bit to cover some nighttime hours that they were starting to have issues with. We were able to take the system and work it out a little bit, where we're now covering, I think it's 3 nights from 6 o'clock at night to midnight. However, our daytime response, folks, it's coming down, our stipend people. We're not getting the people we used to get. And again, this is something that the fire company, it's their program, they have to manage it by regulation. It's very time consuming. It's a lot of work for them, but they do put great effort into trying to get that to work, and we're still continuing to try to do that.
So of your 49%, if I can ask you a question, what was the average time response?
I believe during those daytime hours,
Yeah.
we were approximately 6 minutes and 38 seconds.
No. Of the study that was done, that we had 49% of the time.
Right.
For 9 minutes. What was the average?
It varies throughout the day. So I'm going to say, I have that in there to dig into it.
That's fine.
Yeah. I don't have it.
Generally, they would, with stipend crew on and with a driver, they would meet the standard.
Right.
Overnight, you would
Which
see
is
that.
6 to 6, and then overnight it dropped and added on.
Correct.
And I can tell you at night, the numbers change a little bit. The nighttime, and I monitor at nighttime when I'm home. I'm not coming to the call. I'll listen to the call. Currently, it can take sometimes anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes to get the truck on the street sometimes, and it may only have 2 people. One of the issues, and I'll talk a little bit about it, is when I looked at the numbers, they can be off a little bit, because when we take and sign in for a call, and I'm going to give an example. Monday night is their meeting nights and training nights and so forth. There may be 30 people there for that call, and if an alarm call comes in, they all sign the sheet. Well, that now just takes their numbers and gives them better statistics. But out of those 30 people, there may only be 7 people that are suppression responding people. So that's where I wasn't able to break that out. It was tough to do. The other issue we have, when we respond to these calls, the chief goes out. Ted's probably the most active person in the fire department. He'll go to a call. The deputy chief and the assistant chief may go to the call. And then we get the truck out eventually. That truck may have 1 or 2 people on it. But now we have a total of 5 people responding. So it looks like we are meeting the standard when actually we're not, because we're not on the suppression apparatus. As these guys respond as chiefs, they have specific functions to do and have to run the call. But it's important to have that piece of apparatus there with the number of people that they were trying to achieve. And again, our minimum number should be 4 people on that truck that are qualified for interior firefighting purposes.
Mark, as you're going through this, maybe the thing that would be helpful is if you can do this is just to kind of give some commentary on the types of calls, whether it's, you know, a structural fire versus like a car accident, where in terms of timing of day that, you know, that we have, when you said there's a majority of the calls that are happening during the day, or, you know, the very few fires I think that we've had over the last year within the township, are they day, are they night? How does that compare? Because
I was going to touch a little bit on that.
And you can touch on it as you go through.
And again, Mr. McDade asked me last night, because he was president of the Bernath meeting, he says, how many actual serious fires are there a year? And on average, I think I said 12, I think is what we use as a number out of the totality of fire calls that we have. But the point is, it's not a matter of how many are serious calls, because every call can be serious, no matter if it's a minor call from a structure fire to a carbon monoxide alarm going off, where we actually have carbon monoxide people in respiratory distress, where they're being impacted by it, to a traffic accident where somebody's entrapped, where we have to go into service, to a drowning in a swimming pool. It just goes on and on and on. So the severity isn't really what it's about. If I was to ask Chief Smith, how many homicides do you have a year?
Usually less than 1.
Okay, does that mean you need a full-time fire response or police department?
No,
Yeah, it does.
yes,
That's the comparison I look at. I look at that.
That wasn't fair. We didn't practice for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have. Okay. The point is, we're here for what could happen. That's basically what it comes down to. And it's, you know, when you call us, it's your worst day, and you expect us to show up there You expect us to show up there with the proper number of people with the proficiencies to do the job. We're there to help you, not make your day any worse. Because again, it's your worst day of your life. There's a reason you called us. And it's not because you just want to see us and give us cake and coffee. You want us to take care of your issue. So the other thing that we're finding, and again, this is a nationwide trend, the volunteer fire service is dwindling. The ambulance system is dwindling as well. There are very few volunteers that do ambulance work anymore. But the fire service, and it's not new anywhere we go. You see it all the time. And if you go to any of the classes or the literature you get as elected officials, one of the number one things everybody's dealing with right now is the fire service, emergency services. So the other thing we have, and again, the numbers are decreasing on the volunteers, but you know, they do great recruitment efforts to try to bring people in. You're going to see in some of the recommendations in the build outs we're looking at, recruitment's a huge piece because the volunteer system is still a very large piece of this puzzle. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. So the daytime group that we have, it shows the importance of having in-station personnel. One of the examples I like to use is we had a fire about a month and a half ago on High Street. It was at nighttime. It was about 8:30 at night. I think the call came in. During the storm, house got struck by lightning. We had a major fire in it. We had crews in station at both stations. The response time was from dispatch on scene was about 4 minutes. They got in, had a great hit on the fire. Some of those gentlemen are here tonight that were there. That's what it's all about. Because we went from severe damage, but reduced total damage. If we didn't have that, that place would have been to the ground because the fire was advanced that well. So it's important that we look at that. Again, in-station is so critical to what we do. Nighttime, we also need to be able to meet that response. So we don't have people in, we have to figure out how we're going to do that. And we're lacking in that right now. And it's nothing new to any of us. So when we look at the Burnett side of the fire base, I mentioned here that 41% of the time they are meeting their standard. You know, again, it's a little bit different because 89% of that time they're meeting the response time. 11% they're not. But 41% with the combined manpower and the response time is the number that we used on that. So it was equal across. Now, like I said, they're meeting the response time, but they may be getting out. Their numbers average about 2.33 for the number of personnel on the fire apparatus for these statistics. But again, their time response is like 7 minutes and 33 or 23 seconds time dispatched on scene. And they're meeting that part of it 89% of the time.
Mark, can you just clarify, is that just people on the fire apparatus or combined ambulance and fire response at the same time?
That number there is for fire only. So, and again, there's a byproduct to that though, because the way we're set up, we steal from the ambulance to fill the fire truck. So when the fire truck goes out, now the ambulance is left without anybody on it, unless it's during the daytime when we're running the power shift program that we put in this year. So we always try to keep an ambulance available as much as possible. So from 6 in the morning to 6 at night, we usually have 2 ambulances on or 2 crews on. At nighttime, we go down to 3 people. So we have 1 ambulance and an extra person. Or if a fire comes in, everybody takes off the ambulance, goes into the fire truck and responds with that. Now our ambulance is out of service. These are the obstacles we're trying to, and the challenges we're trying to figure out and plan for. Excuse me on my voice because I'm losing it fast here.
Water?
I have one. It's just got a story through it today. Again, the responding fire apparatus can really have insufficient personnel on it too, so they can't be totally efficient as we would like them to be. So when we look at our model that we're going to talk about, that's what we're trying to build out. The number of volunteers also on the Brunel side is limited as well. I think we have approximately, I'm going to say 7 to 8 responding members. Not all of them are that active on the volunteer side of it. There's more volunteer members in the organization. They probably have like Huntington Valley has, we talk about where they may have 30 or 40 volunteers, but there's only so many people that actually run fire calls.
Chief Shepard, can I cut in and ask you a question?
I'm sorry, Sean.
Yeah, no problem at all. So you talked a little bit about, with respect to Huntington Valley Fire Company, some of the sort of macro reasons why we are not meeting the benchmark with respect to the volunteers and stipend and just like sort of the lack of volunteers overall and the dwindling numbers. What's your sort of sense of the macros for Burn Athens Fire Company, given that they do have career, you say they meet their response times, they have insufficient personnel. What's preventing them from staffing at a level, considering they already have sort of a system built out to staff like that?
Well, they have the system built out, they just not the staff or and the financial ability to do that. It would require financial resources, put additional staff on. That's something we're going to talk a little bit about. We'll be talking about an interim plan and then what we call a full plan at the most minimal level. And I'll explain that in just a little bit.
So again, just to make sure I understand, you're saying it's not necessarily because they can't find talent or they can't find people. It's more so they're sort of capped out in their financial capacity to bring more staff on. They've set it at a level that works for them, and this assessment identified that that's just not enough people.
Yes and no. How's that sound? Yes, there's a financial need to put more people on, but I got to tell you, I take part in the hiring of their staff up there, and it's hard to hire people right now. We staff up there with both full-time and part-time employees. Part-time employees are very hard to hire, and they don't always want to work, particularly on weekends. We have a lot of time filling shifts on weekends. Sometimes we're down to 2 people on the weekends. And so we're not meeting what we need to meet even close to it. Other times of the year, and that's like vacation seasons and so forth. Other times of the year, we get them in and we can put them in. But there's challenges everywhere. Nobody wants to work anymore. There's something wrong out in this world because we pay good, there's good benefits, but yet we can't get them to want to come to work. We get them on the rolls, we hire them in, but when you go to fill the schedule, it's hard to get people to do it. Full-timers, it's a lot easier. And right now I think we're running 10 full-time staff up there, and we have approximately 13 part-time that we utilize to fill the off-time. And again, important fact, firefighters don't work 8-hour shifts. Firefighters work 24 hours on, usually 72 hours off, where they may work 48 hours on, 96 hours off. So it's not the normal schedule. That's part of the problem with trying to hire people. Personally, being in the fire service my entire life with career volunteer, I would have loved to have a 24 72. We used to work 24 on, 24 off where I worked. It was terrible. But that's today, that's how it works. So yeah, it's not the norm, so it's a little bit more challenging for us. And again, it's become very competitive because like we're doing right now, what we're talking about, most communities are starting to do. So the pool of people that were once available are no longer there because they've been hired into other communities, and we compete with them to hire folks and pay folks. So another piece of the puzzle there that's a byproduct of everybody having the same issue.
And one thing to jump in that just it was a topic of discussion at a meeting I was at earlier today. So I was at the annual meeting for the Delaware Valley Workers' Compensation Trust. So out of the 107 approximate municipal and authority members, obviously, historically, the bulk of firefighters in those organizations have been done through volunteers. They have separate workers' comp insurance, but we're now up to, in those covered entities, like 340 career firefighters. So when we see that, like what we're talking about here is that in these recommendations is figuring out staffing. The big thing that we see is that having in-station personnel is the thing that is going to better get these responses. While Mark and I like to think that we're creative, these are not new concepts. And just seeing that number today really highlighted to me how far along many municipalities are in addressing this, that there's that many paid firefighters across that membership group.
You don't have to tell them I'm good at heroes.
Yeah.
Sorry. And again, the problem we realized from the fire response is we're taking away from the EMS side or the ambulance side when we fill that out. So that's one of the things that we looked at and worked on when we'll talk about the models that we're looking at. So on the EMS side of the Burn Fire Company, again, they fall under 2 standards that they need to meet for response. And one is the NFPA 1720, because that's for fire and EMS. And then also there's a national standard, it's the U.S. Department of Transportation regulates, who passes that down to the states, who then in return passes that down to the emergency health councils for each group, which is usually the county. That number is 9 minutes for 1720, but for the other, it's 8 minutes and 59 seconds. That's the national standard for that. That's what we're measured against. We get audited on that. We have state licensure to respond as emergency medical practitioners. And they come in and they audit all that. I can tell you from an EMS standpoint, their average response time is 7 minutes and 32 seconds, and they meet it 100% of the time unless we're out on another call and somebody else has to come to the call. So we're in service 24/7. We're required to be in service 24/7 by state law in order for our licensure. And that's what we're doing. We're meeting it. And that's pretty healthy when it comes to that. Again, when we arrive at that for the fire, that creates the problem.
One question on that average response time, is that just in the township and borough, or is that including outside responses?
Township and borough. Yep. And again, we put that pilot program in this year that was successful with a power shift that we're running from 6 a.m. to 6 p, where we have the extra shift on. There's some days, again, on the vacation times in summertime, it's a little hard to fill, but I'll give you an example. Today was a good day for us, both the fire company, Huntington Valley Fire Company and Bernathen Fire Company. We had a full 4 guys on at Huntington Valley, and I had, I think, 7 guys on up at Bernathen today, along with a couple of volunteers. We ran 3 fire calls. We ran, as of the meeting time tonight, 8 EMS calls. There's probably more at this point, but it was a busy day, but we had a lot of staff to help us out, which was nice. But it doesn't happen every day, and there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. That's the problem. All right.
Yeah, I guess this is
Yeah,
my turn to jump in and be the budget guy. So such a major component of this is getting a kind of comprehensive understanding of what are the budget implications of what we're currently doing. When we take a look at those interim recommendations, what might that cost and how long can we make that last? And then I took a look at a third concept that is kind of, all right, let's pick a date, let's turn everything on of full career building and all the costs that go along with that, just so that we can have big numbers as to what that will cost. But so starting with what we're calling the status quo. So that's just taking a look at our current program. So having Chief Showmaker's position and the cost sharing with the borough for that, providing full funding for the request made by Huntington Valley Fire Company. So that's everything on the operations side and everything that they've requested for the stipend program. We do provide a minimal amount of funding on the fire side for Bernathen Fire Company, just as like a bit of an insurance policy to pay into that. And then at this point, we are funding our apparatus purchases just as Lower Moreland, in the same way that Bernathen Fire Company and the borough would have their own financial arrangements for their fire trucks and ambulance. So in the planning that the board has done over the years, the millage that is set today in 2024, that's sufficient to cover the loan program that we did for the tower ladder that will be here shortly. The millage and what we set aside for years would not have been sufficient if the board did not get the $750,000 from the Western Default. So I think what the takeaway from that is that we need to have a very real conversation about an actual capital plan that sufficiently addresses the large apparatus and the other vehicles that are used for fire services. Because when we look at the way that we are going to finance the engine that will arrive next year, the current millage and what we set aside is not sufficient to cover both loan payments on both trucks. So at a minimum, we would be looking at a date in the future to increase if everything else stayed the same, just to provide the fire trucks in the existing fire station, we would need to increase the millage by 2027. That doesn't mean we couldn't do it sooner and come up with like a greater lead time for how we set that. But just to fund those 2 trucks, we would need more money by 2027. So I did just an approximation of that. Anytime in this presentation that I talk about tax implications, this is an estimate. There are so many unknowns before we would go into actual budget season. But just to give an idea, the current 0.66 mils would need to increase to 0.83 in 2027 just to meet the apparatus considerations, and that would cost approximately $35 on the average assessed home in Lower Moreland. And ultimately, for all of the work that went into coming up with that draft budget, we don't recommend this option even as soon as 2025. We think that there is more that needs to be done, and that's what we'll get to in those interim recommendations. Very quickly, looking at the ambulance EMS fund, That's a separate millage that funds the contribution that we make to Bernathen Fire Company for ambulance service. The base funding that you have provided for many years to Bernathen Fire Company is $90,000. In 2024, you added another $175,000 to do that power shift program that Chief Showmaker was detailing. So in total, we're providing $265,000 towards ambulance service. If we were to continue providing $265,000, we can do that into the foreseeable future with no millage implications. So that's taking a look at the taxes that you raise for a fire perspective and what you're doing from an ambulance EMS perspective. And if nothing changed, kind of what I would recommend you take a look at over the next 5 years. So do those make sense on the status quo? Understanding we do not recommend the status quo.
Yes, and just to clarify, on that power shift, we can use those personnel for fire also.
Yep. And we still don't meet.
Wait, are they interchangeable from Bernathen to CANALE, you're saying?
Well, I'm gonna talk a little bit about that too.
You're getting ahead of us on this, but you're going down that path.
When we talk about resource allocation, we'll talk just a little bit about that. This program we're starting to work on now with the current stipend group. I guess I'll touch on it a little bit right now, since we're talking about, during the daytime, it's not uncommon for us with the stipend crew to have maybe 2 people sign up and not have a driver. So now we've just defeated the purpose of them being here because they can't get the call. They're not qualified to drive or certified to drive. So one of the things we're trying to do, I usually always have a driver on staff at Bernathen. So what I'd like to do is take and move those 2 folks when there's not a driver here up to Bernathen, and they'll be stationed there for the day and ride the apparatus with the folks that are there. So we get a fully staffed or complement on one truck. There's problems and implications with that. We, on the volunteer side, we fall under a workers' comp policy from the state. It's called SWIT, the state workers' comp. It's a little bit different than what Bernathen has for their volunteers and for their members. They have a separate workers' comp insurance policy. My main concern is protecting our resources, which are our members. I want to make sure if we do something like that, they're covered. So we're actually looking into, through the insurance companies, through some consultants, and then we're going to be talking with the solicitors from both. How do we make this happen? Is it done through an agreement that we all cover each other in the event there's a problem? There's some liability things we have to look at, particularly with the new trucks coming in. We want to cross-train everybody from both departments on it. So we have to knock these insurance issues out very quickly. Chris and I have been working on that. We've met with the Bernathen folks. I know Vicky's been talking with Ken about some insurance policies, so we can start to look at that and see what we have to do. But this has to happen quick, so we can reallocate our resources that we currently have so they're not wasted. Does that answer your question a little bit? Sure. In the long term, a little bit more, because we're all in one building. So that's what the goal would be to get to. We'll talk a little bit about that. All right, for 2025, in order to fix some of the problems, not all of them, but some of them in the interim, we're proposing to add an additional staff person, 1 staff per 4 shifts. So we have 1 person that will work each of the 4 shifts. We would sign them up at Bernathen or bill it through their system. They already have in place the employee HR, the employee benefits. Until we get to the final plan, we feel that's the best way to go about doing it. That'll solve some of our issues, but not all of them. But it will definitely be a big help to us in reallocating what we have internally already with this additional staff piece. We believe, I think it was 414,000 to do that.
Yeah, when I get into the budget estimate stuff, I'll take you kind of.
So that increased person is going to be working out of Bernathen.
That's correct.
So I'll get into that when we get into the budget review, why that would be the recommendation, why we are not set up to do that as Level Moreland Township, why Valley Fire Company is not set up to do that there. So that if you're looking at the kind of most cost efficient way to do it, utilizing the organization that is administratively set up to do it is what would make the most sense. You're still collaborating amongst all volunteers.
On the interim.
Yes, and it all kind of fits within the concept where both fire companies have assented to kind of operating under Chief Showmaker. I would not suggest that the board or borough council get too involved in what kind of telling Chief Showmaker how to, I guess, utilize those funds. Instead, we will bring that to you in the community group's budgets process as to what makes the most functional sense to get you the most immediate benefit for the additional tax funding that can be provided for staffing.
All right, so as we move on into the next slide, beginning January 1st, 2025, working with both the Huntington Valley Fire Company and the Brenathan Fire Company, we want to operate as a consolidated response group. So one unit by both groups, even though they still have their separate identities, we're going to respond as one unit under the station number 19. So we'll have 19s and 19-1s to identify the two, but it starts us down that path. With that said, and trying to do that, we're going to be investing a lot of time and effort into performing joint training. We're already seeing that now during the daytime with our stipend folks and the career folks up at Brenathan. It's working out pretty good. There's more involvement from both on a more regular basis, and it's been paying dividends to us. We're going to look at standardizing our response criteria and our SOPs and procedures, so we're all on the same page to do that. The shared resources, some about what I just talked about, not only the manpower, but the equipment. We want to make sure everybody's qualified on both ends of the house, that they can operate equipment from here or equipment from there. One of the big ones is the standardized reporting that both organizations will be using one program. That's a big undertaking, but that's going to be on me to get that done. Currently, I can tell you the system that Huntington Valley Fire Company uses was bought out about 2 years ago. It's bought out by the company that runs the one that Brenathan uses. It's called ESO. I'm looking at some alternative programs as we speak a little bit to try to see if there's anything else out there. One of the biggest problems we run into, though, in software, like any other business, people get bought out. And I don't want to invest a lot of money in the next 2 years. Someone else buys them out, and here we are again. The ESO seems to be established. They've been around for a long time. It's really powerful on the emergency medical side of the house. But again, I wasn't real thrilled with the data that was coming out of it. So maybe it's something I need to be more proficient at and learn a little bit about. So we'll work on that, but that's a big one. We'll begin to reduce the fleet as we start to see the replacements arrive, particularly when the engine comes in. That's when we're going to see the first reduction. And that would be a Brenathan piece that will be no longer replaced, and it'll be sold off to reap some benefits of revenue on that. And then as we replace some of the smaller vehicles as we go along, we'll scale down. You'll see in the next couple slides the apparatus that both have and where we're going to go to. And
so question with that, we're going to sell off our, when our new truck comes in next year, we'll sell off the older one, but Brenathan keeps all them funds.
No, that's what I said.
So it's going to be, it is, I think that's
what's going to happen is when the new truck comes in, the new engine,
right?
Engine ain't the current one, which really has no value to it, goes away. I think there's a small trading value.
Yeah, well, you already approved the trade-in value.
I know.
For the next year.
But they have two engines up there. We don't need all these pieces, so we're going to start to reduce the fleets down a little bit. Their engine is the one that's going to get sold for whatever value it's worth at that point. It's a, what is that, 2007?
Yes.
I believe it is. It's in my next couple slides. And
so shouldn't that get divvied up through Lower Moreland and Brenathan?
It all depends where we're at with the process.
The simple answer is yes.
Yeah, that's the plan.
So at the point that we are working on a capital plan together, when either entity sells off a piece of equipment and gets a very small amount of money because fire trucks don't sell for shit. At that point, the entire—
They don't sell for shit after 20 years of service.
Right. That money would go into our shared capital fund.
Yeah.
That is
Build
growing together between what Moreland brings to it and what Brenathan brings to it.
You're talking $50K per month.
Yeah, that would be major for
Right. Take it.
Oh, of course. It's not like we're not taking the money, but it would go into a common fund.
And then one of the biggest things, or two of the biggest things is, again, the volunteer component is critical to this. Even though we're looking to build out the minimal amount of career staffing to guarantee, and you'll see in here in the future, one ambulance and one fire truck 24/7 guaranteed. We still need to get the other truck out. We still have more work to do. So the volunteers are critical to that part of it. What we're gonna see though is what we currently have is a volunteer system augmented by career is gonna reverse the trend to a career system augmented by the volunteers. And we're gonna go out there and we're gonna be recruiting very heavily to see what we can find. Again, I made a point last night, you know, we just don't get a lot of volunteers anymore. And I asked the question up at the Borough Council meeting, how many people in this room volunteer for anything, coaching, baseball, anything? 0 hands. But they do have a lot of volunteers that actually do a lot of work up there on their infrastructure and folks that are involved with the interests of Brennan Borough. But the average person does not volunteer anymore. The generational change, the kids today just don't want anything to do with this kind of stuff. It's tough. Once in a while we'll get it, but it's usually generational for us where we get our people. It's people that are family members that are used to seeing what we're doing. And they're the ones we grab and they're the ones we keep. But it's, you know, not like it used to be. We used to have waiting lines at doors to get in, but we just don't have it anymore.
So Chief, I have a question. You're going to still actively recruit for volunteers?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And the volunteers we have, we're gonna absolutely retain. And then we're gonna have to make sure that we work on that. That's a critical component as far as I'm concerned. Because there's no way that we can afford, even this is gonna be hard, but there's no way we can afford to have a full service fire and EMS department that can meet the needs to get every piece of apparatus out on the street. Unless somebody hits the lottery tonight. But other than that.
I too.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
All right, so the next slide you're looking at, it's going to be, this is what the Brennan Fire Company has, is the rolling stock right now. They have an engine, they have a squad, they have a special service, they have a utility truck, and then they have 2 ambulances. On the Huntington Valley side, we have Engine 8, we have Tower 8, Squad 8, High Water 8, Utility 8, Traffic 8, Marine 8, which is a boat. Ultimately, for Station 19, when we get to this consolidation, if we get there, which I am confident we're going to, the consolidated fleet is going to start to reduce those numbers down. The one main piece is that engine we talked about, but then we have all the smaller pieces that we are just going through too. The special services, the utilities. Those are, some of those are going to be repurposed. We'll get rid of some of them, but we're going to scale all that down to the absolute minimum. There's a utility truck that I'm looking at that Huntington Valley runs. I'm thinking in my mind would be a good fire police vehicle. And we get rid of the fire police vehicle, but then we take the Brennan Special Service down, become the special service that will pull the boat and so forth like we do with the others. But we want to get rid of some of these trucks. There's just way too many of them for both of us to have and to try to even figure out how to house them. Then again, you see the ambulances, there's an ambulance due for replacement coming up. That's going to be handled off of this schedule, I believe, by the current fire company ambulance funding. We'll see, that's what I've been told. And then you'll see here the 2 vehicles that we're gonna bring down, repurpose into duty officer vehicles, 1 for EMS, 1 for fire. They respond as command vehicles for the volunteers and then the EMS chief. And some of the benefits that we'll be looking at is the duplicate equipment reduction. When I look at that and we talk about everybody having the same thing, both fire companies have rescue tools. One of the things that just occurred, the Huntington Valley Fire Company received a very nice grant through their efforts to replace their rescue tools with modern state-of-the-art battery operated tools. It's a $170,000 expense. I was asked by the chief of the Brennan Fire Company if we would approve them to purchase a hydraulic ram that they wanted to get. And we denied that purchase because we don't want to duplicate the equipment that we already have down here. Eventually, it's one of the sides is going to go away. So can you imagine both paying $170,000 when we only need 1 set? So that's what we're trying to avoid and we're going to be working on. And that goes down even further as we look at like our SCBA, which is our breathing apparatus. Both groups have full sets. There's probably, I would say, 30 to 40 units in each group. When we start to bring everything into one, we start to eliminate the need for one side of it. You're talking $8,000 a piece, $8,000 to $10,000 a piece for them. And times that by 30, that's substantial funding that we're going to be realizing the cost savings on. But that's long term. Same with the radios and hose and so on. It just keeps going. So that's a major component of it too. You want to hit the next part?
Sure.
So, and I'll try to avoid any crass language. I've been apparently burned too many times by disappointing offers on fire trucks. But so when we take a look at what we would need to do in the interim, some of my notes combine both the fire tax and the ambulance EMS. But we would start to roll out kind of more of that consolidated joint effort. So some of the things are there from the status quo budget into this one. We're continuing to share the cost related to the chief of emergency services position. And some of the things that are on Chief Showmaker's list for what consolidation means, they don't require any specific budgetary authorizations. It's allowing the chief to kind of, in the overseeing of operations of two fire companies, make the decision so that you have 4 people that can get on a truck together, while also protecting the ability to get an ambulance out on the road. So by the time we go between now and the community group's budget meeting, we'll try to better define any of like the specific cost. If it has to do with a software purchase or gear or things, we'll get more specific with those. But generally, the money that we're providing is okay. So then when we look at a staffing perspective, we're looking at an investment in full or part-time staffing needs to be made in 2025 so that we have the necessary staff to get onto the trucks. So as we've talked about several times, we're looking at the benefit of in-person, in-station personnel. So part of that is going to be reviewing with Huntington Valley Fire Company. We'll be getting together with President Colbert, their treasurer, Chief Middleman, about what is the adequacy of that program? Do we need to shift how we're doing that and be able to make a good recommendation on their behalf for what the board funds? Then looking at the apparatus, we started conversations with the borough about the contribution levels. We talked about kind of one across the board concept for what's the appropriate amount for Lower Moreland and what's the appropriate amount for the borough. But then we also talked about kind of breaking it down in ways where there's some investments that they should be paying more for. So we have Chief Showmaker's position, that might be a higher amount, maintaining the 75-25. Taking a look at the operations side, and maybe that's more appropriate for 85-15. So and capital is obviously a component of that, but applying even a lower standard than to the annual capital set aside, some amount of money coming from Bernathen will be enough to cover the capital plan that we have set in place, at least for the first 2 pieces of equipment. So looking at those concepts, again, totally approximate for what the millage increases that would be necessary, but to provide an investment for more career staffing to at least have the necessary people to get out on a fire truck. Looking for Lower Moreland, recommending approximately $400,000 next year. That would be taking the request that Bernathen has made for $64,000, you provide 32, bring that back up to 64, and then taking a look at an additional 300 and something to make sure that there's the adequate funds to hire the staff to do that. And then one thing that really belongs on the ambulance EMS slide, but there's never been a municipal, or like in recent history, there hasn't been a municipal investment in the ambulance purchase. My understanding is that for the next ambulance, the fire company, Bernathen Fire Company itself has enough to be able to make that purchase. But just looking ahead, I think it would be wise for the Board of Commissioners to start setting aside as part of its capital program, having adequate funds to set aside some amount to be able to get to those $400,000 costs so that we can participate in that if and when there's not adequate money on the nonprofit side to make those purchases. So then in that interim budget, I also built in which for about $15 a year, setting aside $67,500 to be able to make contributions towards future ambulance purchases. Otherwise, we would be looking at the kind of the same perspective that we do today from an ambulance EMS perspective and providing $265,000.
That would be in 2027.
2025.
Our recommendation to have that adequate staffing is for 2025.
I'm talking about the capital plan.
The capital plan related to ambulance, I don't think we should start anything until 27 because the funds are in place to buy the next one. But if you want
I have a question on the slide prior when you're talking about staffing and then allocating money. So Chief Showmaker, you talked about the challenges of hiring. How do we so I think I have 2 questions here. So one is just that from a just understanding perspective, if it takes us, let's say 6 months to find enough people and so we put more into that fund than we would pay out in that year, does that money, are we allowed to roll that forward? Is that just part of a fund that then can like, does that carry forward? Does that money need to be allocated in different ways? And then I think my second question is, like, what allows us to be nimble and flexible if we realize that we need to, like, be more competitive if we're having trouble finding the right amount of people or even just the right people, period?
So the first question, when the board sets a specific millage, the money has to be used for the purpose of that millage. So if we were to generate the necessary funds through the fire tax, that money would, if anything isn't spent because it takes 3, 4, 5 months to hire the staff, that money would stay in the fire tax fund. And when we would go to prepare the 2026 budget, we would have the benefit of those funds still being there to be able to inform what to do for the upcoming year.
Understood.
The question about being nimble if necessary, that is the inherent challenge to the way that municipalities budget. We only get to make these decisions once a year. So the greatest way to be nimble is to raise taxes too much. No one is in this room is ever going to recommend that. So we need to kind of be confident in what the plan needs to be, create the necessary funds to do that. But say one of the benefits of working with these nonprofit entities, they each have their own funds. So we've talked about the kind of the investment funds held by Bernath and Fire Company. That's how today they balance their budget. They're able to react to market conditions and fill deficits with that fund. Huntington Valley does not have an equivalent of that supports their operations. But we could look overall between the two fire companies where, as long as the staffing is being provided on a profit level, there are just some of the existing pots of money that are non-municipal that may be available to make a decision in the interim that the board can then adjust to in the subsequent budget year. So does that make sense?
That does make sense on both fronts. So do we, with the number that you provided in this presentation, do we have a hiring plan and a sort of an expectation of how many and how long, on what sort of cadence we'll be able to bring someone in, or do we still need to iron that out and come up with a final number throughout the budget process?
Yeah, so that's something that we would need to do between now and the budget process.
Okay.
So I wanted to give the board just a rough idea of what it would take. Sorry. But obviously, like if the feedback from the board was, we absolutely do not want to do this, then it wouldn't have made sense to truly build out that full concept. And that's why we went with the general for now. And if overall that's agreeable to the board as to what we should be planning for 2025, then we'll work between now and those budget meetings to better fill in the details so that we have you voting on something with more confidence than just the introduction to that.
And I might have missed it, so apologies if I did, but based on that general sense, what would we be hoping to accomplish next year? How many people would we need to bring on?
For next year, I'm looking at, like I said, one person per
Just
four.
one.
So it's one, but times 4.
4 people.
4 people. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
One person per shift that.
It depends how we allocate the resource. Some days we may have them down here, some days we may have them up there.
So if they're one operations entity, in our minds, it does not matter as much where they are housed. But we also look at administratively who is capable of hiring them. And the entity that can do that tomorrow is Bernath and Fire Company.
Right.
We're to do that as Lower Moreland, or Huntington Valley was to do that for the first time. There are more complications, either cost-wise or just the administrative need for it, that would not make, in the interim, would not make it worth your investment to do it. In the long run, we may end up recommending that where things are brought in to be on the municipal side, but to do that in the interim would be an unwise kind of investment at this.
So $400,000 for 4 people. What's the total, not all said and done, for them 4 people?
That is what we were going to answer for you between now and the budget process.
We're working off the schedule that Bernath and Conditional uses. That's where we're gathering our numbers, that we're giving you the approximates, but we would have to be more detailed than that. So we're giving you
400,000 come from.
Based on the current cost for the person.
Is that 100% of the cost of the 4 people?
With salary and benefits basics.
But then that'll also be shared with Bernath.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So if we put in the mills to catch enough $400,000 for the 4 people,
We have the right.
Why, what is the percentage of that 400,000 that we're not on hook for?
We still don't have that established with Bernathen. What we need to do though is have the funding for it in place for the staffing recommendations that Mark's making now, provided for our community in Longmont.
I think there's gotta be more detail to this before we just say it's $400,000.
We're not asking for it.
You're not authorized to I know we're not, I'm just saying, I need more information.
Yeah,
That's not intending it.
I got you.
And that's what hopefully we're gonna get prior to the budget meetings.
Yes, we will have a lot of work to do between now and the date that you pick for that meeting to fill in those answers.
Chief Showmaker, I have a question.
We'll get to the public after.
If I can ask, you're gonna recruit volunteers,
And career staff.
and career staff, both. So is it your plan now in the interim or in the long term? Are you going to try, and I know you have a lot of work ahead of you, to have everyone trained also, you know, have all their certifications for firefighter and then at least driver? And then some, like maybe if they're full-time, to
As
have
much as
like
possible.
that EMS also?
Yeah, as much as
And I know
possible.
this is a lot of hours, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of training
It's huge.
for all of
The average
firefighters.
brand new firefighter comes in, has to, by state law, go through
Yes.
the basic recruit class, which is 180 hours,
Mhm.
just for, you can even step into the firehouse. And then you have all the orientation to do at each organization, whatever that is that they have. So I can tell you Chief Miller is very successful in getting some stipend programs for the nighttime that are already driver trained. Just took a little bit of training on their part to get them up to where they wanted them. And I think we have 2 or 3 successful nighttime drivers right now.
Yes.
And we picked up a couple daytime that way, but we're still falling short. Don't get me wrong, we've made some strides, but we're still falling short on.
So it's your,
talking.
so it's your hopes, little by little, as to try to have your members, or I don't know if I'm using the right word, but volunteers and even career staff,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
It's
trained,
definitely a combination. You have them fully trained, absolutely.
fully trained.
They have to be trained to be able to do the job, otherwise we're putting them into jeopardy and we're technically breaking laws at that point. You know, I talked about this NFPA 1720, well, you should see the OSHA standards coming out that we're all gonna be subject to. Probably as it stands right now and as it reads, would put 75% of the fire departments in this country out of business. That's how bad it is, the requirements they have. There's a huge fight right now on trying to get them to relax those requirements, but they haven't changed them in 40 years. And now all of a sudden they're writing these requirements that are so rigid that nobody can meet them. Even the career departments can't meet them.
It's a lot of time.
Yeah.
And devotion.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we did that slide. And again, I talked about the full career staff augmented by volunteers. That's going to be the trend in the future that we're going to be working towards and what we're seeing. Ultimately, you'll see a slide here that says Federal Fire Rescue full build out. When we say full build out, that's full build out of the absolute minimum amount of folks we need to guarantee 1 ambulance and 1 fire truck 24/7. And you'll see the numbers there of 1 paramedic firefighter, 1 EMS firefighter, that's for the EMS piece or the ambulance. And then on the primary fire, we have 1 fire officer / EMT and 4 firefighters / EMT. So 5 on that truck. And there's a reason for 5 versus the 4. In order to control overtime costs and make up for vacation leave, sick leave, people being out, it's felt that with that extra supervisor there, that 5th person, we can shift people around within that system to cover either the ambulance or the fire. For instance, if an EMT is off with the ambulance for vacation, one of the firefighters from the fire will be moved over to that EMS slot for the week or whatever it is, the time period that they're out. And then we go down to 4 on the engine. So it'd be the supervisor and 3 people on it to try to curb some of those costs that can get out of hand pretty quickly.
And that's servicing Britain and then Lower Moreland Township.
That's correct.
Within the new fire
Absolutely.
station.
Yep.
And
And then in
Chief Showmaker, I have a question for you. Sorry for interrupting you guys. I can't really see you now. I just had a question when we're talking about firefighters with EMT credentials as well. Is that fairly standard?
Yes.
Or is that I'm sorry, did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay.
For a firefighter, pretty much, I don't know of anywhere, maybe one place I know of, that you're not required to have EMT as a firefighter. In fact, that just changed. And again, it's done for a reason, because we're now responding to a multitude of calls. We're not just doing fire calls. And again, don't get me wrong, when we do this, these aren't going to be people just sitting around all day waiting for a fire to come in. These folks are going to be out doing different jobs. They're going to be running the EMS calls with the ambulance to back them up. If the ambulance is out and another call comes in while we're waiting another ambulance, this fire truck's going to that EMS call to start intervention on the medical side of things. In addition, we can use this staff to provide our fire marshal with some assistance on the fire inspections, not only in this community, but hopefully in Bernathen as well. It's a great asset. It gives them a chance to go out and learn the buildings and make it safer for them while they're providing a service that helps the fire marshal's office accomplish their annual inspections that they have to do. The fire prevention that we do, we just don't have the people to get out to the schools. The schools are demanding of us. They want us out talking to the kids, and we want to be out there talking to kids, because that's how we solve problems. But if we don't have the people to do it, we can't do it. And lastly, any kind of community outreach we can be doing, we're going to be out on the street doing that. We want to be visible. We want people to see us. You know, we have coffee with a cop or those kind of programs. That's what we need to be doing on the fire side. We need to be out there and engaging the community to let them know, hey, we're here. This is what we do. What can we help you with? What can we teach you? What can you learn from them? It's an all around win-win for everybody. But yeah, this is going to be a busy thing. People just don't come in and just sit and have coffee and talk all day. It's going to be busy folks. It's going to be a wave.
So this, I guess, what I was kind of getting at was understanding if this is going to make it more challenging to hire, if we need this sort of dual set of skills, or on the other side, we're more competitive because we can offer both. It sounds like this is just the sort of the standard, a paramedic firefighter.
Paramedic firefighter is the higher standard, and we need those. But the firefighter EMT is the basic level that would be the requirement for the career side.
Gotcha. Okay.
Chief, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Because I think that, a paramedic firefighter, the truck goes out, they're on scene, a family's in distress, even a child. That is so helpful if you have someone with that dual training to be able to assist with the situation.
No, we want to be. Hey, we said at last meeting when the school teacher was up here, everybody likes firefighters. I'm like, please, with the firefighter guys, they really like so.
Until, the ambulance also comes and then they can
and
go
again,
back to
we're
the fire.
going to be engaged in providing pre-hospital care as the firefighters until an ambulance comes that can pick up that care.
And Mark, just to clarify, the primary fire, say our primary ambulance is out, we can split off two guys.
That's another point.
To get the second ambulance out as well.
Right. What also could happen, like Joe just mentioned, and for you, Sean and Ruth, if the first ambulance is out on the call, when we get to this full build out with the 5 people we still have on the fire truck, 2 of those could slide over to pick up the second ambulance and put that up in service, and we still keep 3 for the fire side to respond to calls, augmented by the volunteers as well. So it's kind of a mix of how we can do this, and that's why the numbers are where we're at with the numbers, and I think it will best fit what we're looking to do. Unfortunately, it comes with a cost. And it's not cheap, but for years and years and years, this has been talked about. I mean, we talked about all these studies that have happened since 2008. Well, here we are, 2024, and we still haven't done anything yet. So now's the time that the can gets stopped being kicked down the road, and we have to make some really tough decisions on whether we're proceeding forward or not. And if we're not proceeding forward, you're going to have to tell me what the answer is, because you have a legal responsibility under the first-class township code to provide these services, but you decide to what level, and that's what it comes down to. That's why I'm trying to give you this information so we can best make those decisions going into the future. But something has to happen, and again, it wasn't a gradual that we got to this point, but we hit that crisis with not having to volunteer folks anymore. We've been providing valuable services to the communities all across this country for years and years and years. And as we did that, we kind of became our own worst enemies, because as we're providing it, you're not seeing a need for the help. which we all don't want to admit that we need help. And these folks have done that. They've come and said, look, can we get this study? Because we got to do something. Something's got to change. And now we hit the critical point where we just don't have people available anymore. So now we're forced to do something. And that's where we're at. In addition to this personnel we talked about, you'll see here, currently we have one administrative firefighter paramedic. He runs the HR for the organization. That's a critical position that would need to be maintained. And there's a contract office manager who's a firefighter EMT. These two folks also respond to calls all the time. So they're constantly filling in today, and particularly these two, one was on a fire truck, one was on an ambulance all day long. So we were busy. And the next thing on the slide you'll see is a new fire station. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, so I lifted the picture that we had included in the facilities plan. So that's actually like the joint firehouse plus township admin and police building and maybe a library. Really, the focus that we need to have going into next year is understanding with the available property, and we'll get into the next presentation after this. With the available property, what is the fire station that we can build that sets up both of our communities for the foreseeable future with a career-based fire and EMS department? So there's things that neither firehouse has today that we would need to provide in a new building. So the left side of that picture, like we need to turn that into something real. You have considerable flexibility beginning in 2027 in your debt service fund. So bonds that we've been paying down for other renovation and large capital projects, they will be paid off in 2027. So we would be able to lay out a debt service strategy. And I think a building is going to be a $15 to $20 million investment. But so being able to show with the shift of current tax funds, but also what it would take beyond that, because this project 7-8 years ago is less than $10 million. Now we're pushing that $15 to $20 million range. And obviously we would try to build something that is as streamlined and as efficient as possible to provide the service that needs to be provided. But understanding what the school district just went through with building the high school and site design, NPDES, stormwater permits, the whole building permit process, like these are major once in a lifetime type projects. So I can't imagine it will cost less than that, but it'd be great if it did. So we need to start that process so that we can be in the position to begin construction at the approximate time that we would have this greater investment in career staffing begin. So that's just generally what we would say for in this long run. We need to build a firehouse, but we need to start the planning process in 2025.
And we've actually already started a lot of research work on current standards, what's required. There's so many requirements, not only through NFPA, but then you have gender specific type things like sleeping rooms that have to be designed, how many you need. There's ADA requirements, UCC requirements. The list just goes on and on and on. There's, fortunate for us, there's been a number of new fire stations in the area that have built that are great resources for us to go out. We're learning a lot about some of the issues they ran into, so it'll help us in the long run. But finding a specific architectural firm that deals in these type of structures can be challenging. So we have to make sure we know what we're talking about when we do that. So with that said, like I said, we're doing a tremendous amount of research. We've been out to visit a couple, Chris and I, online, constantly pulling down different information, different floor plans, trying to put together what we think we're going to need in conjunction with our reallocation of equipment and apparatus, how we're going to put it in there. And what's the best way to do that at the most cost effective way to do it.
Chief Shoemaker.
Is it
Oh, I'm sorry, Sean. Let me ask one question, and I'll get back. Isn't there a certain room now required also for when they come back from a fire?
Yes,
that the heater has to be put into.
In fact, it's critical. Cancer these days, stations are now designed in 3 phases. It's called a hot zone, a warm zone, cold zone. Hot zone being the apparatus. When you come back, all your equipment's there. Once you get off the apparatus, you go into the warm zone, which is basically a decon area where you're taking off your gear, your gear is getting clean. You may need to get a shower before you go into the cold zone, which is the living areas. So they're all segregated out a certain way, and you have to follow those standards. So that's part of the design process and getting people to understand that because it requires ventilation. There's all kinds of different equipment that goes into it. It's pretty detailed. So, but we're learning a lot about that, which is nice.
Thank you, Chief. Back to you, Commissioner Glenn.
Yeah, my question was, is it possible for us to achieve this full build out with our current facilities if we had to, if this project took too long or ran into too many hurdles, and like, or are these going to have to sort of term together, which would mean either we have to accelerate this process or it'll take us longer to get to the full build out?
The answer, in my opinion, is no.
Is that from like a legal, like literal sense, like we literally cannot put the people in there, we're not allowed to, or they can't fit, or is it more like we won't attract the people because the facilities are poor, it'll be uncomfortable, it'll be it'll be, I don't mean to say uncomfortable like in a sort of subjective way, but in a way that would just make it really difficult to operate?
The answer to that part is yes. So it's a no yes thing. One, as standalone facilities, there's not enough size to combine the two into one. The building that Huntington Valley has, if you look at the reviews that were done back in 2012, even 2008, they were deemed not fit for occupancy at that point. They weren't conducive to what they needed to be doing. There was so much modifications that would be needed to make them usable facilities. In fact, I don't know what the term is that they use. I'm trying to think of off the top of my head. But again, they pretty much said, look, this is not going to work here. And again, this is a building that was built in the 1950s for 1950s type operation. The new engine that we talked about, I have an engine on water that has about 3/8 of an inch clearance to get in the doors because the doors are so low on the one side of the firehouse. It's going to be really close. And I'm concerned about that, but I've been assured that they'll fit. Modern fire apparatus is a lot different than it was back in the 1950s. It's a lot bigger, it's a lot taller. So those are some of the constraints next door. The facilities aren't there that we need for like showers or sleeping or any of that. Could it be built in? Maybe, but it's never going to fit two organizations into one. We have approximately, I think it's 12,000 square foot on this station, 12,000 square foot on the other station. Neither one of them meets modern day operational standards. I would say that the Bernathen station is probably the closest because it's newer, but there's some dynamics there that I don't think are conducive to building a station there. And when I say that, there's been talk about a second floor being put on the building. It was designed for that. But again, we still would have apparatus bay considerations. One of the things that really scares me about that facility, and people tell me I'm crazy, it's in the middle of a campus. Every day that I'm there, there's kids up and down that main drive where the apron, where the apparatus comes out every single day. In the summertime, it's even worse because there's a camp there, it happens. So I don't think that particular location is the best. I think the location that was proposed for where it was looking to go up on Huntington Pike is a great location. Gives us the opportunity to transverse in many different directions or to get into it from many different directions. I think that's the optimum spot at this point for it. One of the properties is already in place. We're trying to negotiate and work on the additional. And I think if that happens, it's a perfect place to set up. But to answer your question, I don't think either facility, in my opinion, is conducive to building off of to make this work. In the interim, we're going to have to do some modifications anyway for additional sleeping. Joe and I had talked about that before, but I don't know how we're going to do that. That's going to be something up to the Bernathen folks will have to look at. Now, they lease their building too. That building is leased from the ANC, correct? Mm-hmm. So it's not owned by them. So I don't know what the approval process is for that.
And Mark, similarly, I guess you've considered this, or maybe it is or it isn't, and that's splitting ambulance, EMS versus fire. So, looking at both facilities, assuming that there's one organization, if the Huntington Valley station might be more conducive because it's smaller, or, it's older, maybe you can modify it and put EMS there, you bring all the fire up to Bernathen. We consider that also.
I haven't because it eliminates then the ability to do cross manning and relocating back and forth as we do. I can tell you right now, and I think these folks will back me up on this, during the daytime, they shift out who rides on the ambulance per call. So first call might be one route, the second call they switch and go ambulance to the engine to try to keep it even. That scheduling may not work in the future. We'll see how that works out, but so to be able to shift people from one to the other in a pinch, like we talked about in the second route, yeah, we would need more people to do that. So it's.
And I guess, you know, we're talking about like what this model is. This might sound like a completely ridiculous question, so I apologize for that. But are there models that are like fully, that are, I want to say like contract models where, you know, we defer this to another organization to handle for us to be able to meet these standards? And are there, and that might be the most furthest ridiculous one, but are there other alternatives that we could pursue that somehow blend of other things and other services where, you know, we take, you know, this allotment of what we're going to spend and what we have, and we shift it someplace else to be able to provide the same level of service somehow? Do those exist, or is that a?
Not in this area. There, if you go down into like the Arizona areas, they have what's called Rural Metro, is a private organization that runs like large city type organizations. The only way that I could see anything ever being done around here would be on a regional basis, where maybe the county came in and took over something. I don't think they're equipped to do that in any of the counties around us at that level. But at some point, and I caution when I say this, not everybody can do individual little pocket organizations.
Well, that's where I was kind of going with it too, is like looking for other economies of scale. And I'm not, you know, I'm sensitive response times and everything that we talked about, but are there, and I shudder to even say this, are there other municipalities that we can partner with that you know, that are other additional neighbors to just continue to gain? Because going Huntington Valley with Bernathen, we're gonna reduce the fleet, where you talk about the SCBA savings and equipment savings, but you know, if there was a third municipality that we could be involved with that somehow we have more now shared services that, you know, all the costs come down for everybody. Is that a possibility?
I can't say it's not. I don't know who that partner would be.
I don't know either. I'm just thinking.
As an example, Mark and I met with the manager and the chief from Upper Moreland.
I was just going to go there.
And I think this question is very sound. And the challenge is that I think looking at it on, like, we have to start with this on a like individual municipal level, because there is no greater county or state support. So then we look at like, what is the service that we ultimately need to provide? And I think the eventual economy of scale is in the leadership structure, where we could be a substation of another municipality's big entity. But the thing that you're never going to be able to adequately address from another municipality other than Bernathen is the ability to get to a fire in Lower Moreland Township in a appropriate amount of time. So while there might be a logical partner in Upper Moreland, there might be a logical partner in Abington. If, say, Abington was the partner, but the fire is up in Justiform, they're traveling the entirety of the township to be able to get there. So I think, yes, like that should be what we're striving to, that if there's not going to be a greater regional effort, we need to start it ourselves. And this is the first step to it. But I don't think that we'll ever need fewer trucks, fewer personnel, fewer ambulance to be able to provide a baseline of service for just these two communities.
When we speak about these two communities, we're talking about Bernathen and Lower Moreland. Is Bernathen going to participate in our new fire rescue station as well?
That question is yet to be officially answered, but we're being led to believe that yes, they are interested in this process.
Right, and yeah, I think that's a fair way to phrase it. And I think what we go back to every time we have this conversation is that independent of Bernathen, what we would need to be recommending to provide a service to Lower Moreland Township residents is the same thing. So when I get into the long-term budgets and we're looking at a $5 million operations budget, $1.5 million a year in debt service to build a building, $300,000 to $500,000 a year in capital reserve set asides. We're doing that as Lower Moreland as the baseline service regardless. So to me, what makes including Bernathen in the conversation so obvious is that it's this, if we plan together, it's still the same service. So if we're paying 100% as our baseline, but we're able to get a municipal partner to provide a very meaningful component of this, we are better serving the taxpayers of both of our communities. But in the event, and even if it's a realistic event that Bernathen has to back out, that doesn't mean that Bernathen Fire Company has backed out, so that there's still resources available there. But even if Bernathen Fire Company backed out, it all still falls back onto the Board of Commissioners to provide fire services to Lower Moreland. And at that point, none of this changes. You still need the same number of trucks. You still need 4 people to get on that truck. You still need the leadership to get there. So I am sensitive to that as the critique, because I think it fails to understand you have this obligation regardless.
Well, as does Bernathen Borough Council.
Right.
They have the same obligation. So that's where we're trying to blend this group together and see what's the best way to do this, most cost-effective way to do it, and the most fair and equity way to do it.
It sounds like
We also don't have the adequate personnel to do what needs to be done. They also don't have what they need to move forward. So, I mean, combined, we do.
Right.
Combined, we'll be fine. So, I mean, to put them, I just don't want them to be completely off the hook. And Vicki, I don't know if you're there. You probably are. But that's just, an honest opinion. And it sounds a little like we're just letting them completely slide. And I don't think that that's a fair assessment to our taxpayers.
That I can assure you has not been the discussions, and they are engaged with our conversations. I believe that they're going to be coming along one way or another. Like Chris mentioned, whether it's with the borough or with the fire company, we're getting it. But I'm confident in what I've been hearing, that the municipal leaders of the borough understand the complexity of this and are engaged in finding a way to make it work.
I agree with what Bruce said, in the sense that they need us, we need them, we work together. But I think it's important to know up front before Lower Moreland takes on a huge project and a huge debt, right? That we have a commitment up front. And we need to know what that commitment from them is going to be.
Well, we're gonna be taking that on either way. Yeah, because we have to solve a problem here.
Right.
So I guess together though, I agree, there has to be a resolution to it, and it includes both parties.
I would want the board to know at the time we're recommending the issuance of debt service, whether or not you have a partner.
Yeah.
It does not change the fact that we're going to be recommending you need to take on debt service.
It sounds like though, I mean, like quite honestly, it sounds like we're pretty fortunate just by the geographical location and the existing relationships that we have with Bernathen now, that really we're probably one of the few municipalities that have the ability to be able to do what we're doing right now.
Yeah, it's kind of unique.
So, and I think that goes both ways.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's unique in the sense that we're bringing together fire and EMS, and we're bringing again 2 different forms of government at the same time. Yeah, I don't think it's been done in the Commonwealth yet.
But I think the unique opportunity exists because we were one municipality until 1916. So
Yeah, thank you.
it carved out at the center of Lowell.
And if you read the studies that were done, they actually spell out in there, technically you're already doing it, because you're both responding to each other's calls all the time. So in a sense, it's already there. Now we're just trying to formalize it somehow. I guess that would be it in a nutshell.
It's taking what is one of several other mutual aid companies, and we are forming one entity that then still participates in the mutual aid system.
Okay, so the budget long-term, you talked about that already?
Well, yeah, so I guess the final slides are that long-term budget. So numbers that I just rattled off of the operations budget, a capital budget, and a building-based budget. I put that into just what I'm calling the long-term plan. To give the board an idea of what it would take to make those investments. What if we just needed to pick a specific day? From this day forward, that is what we will be doing. So for the sake of the exercise, I put that into 2027. And that would be our date of fundamental change. That does not mean that we are recommending that this all has to happen in 2027. We want to make the effort on all of the interim recommendations first, but if and when those are insufficient, or there's components of this that we will need to do, I wanted you to be aware of what that would look like. So taking a look at that, I modified our fire tax fund budget to be where everything is housed. And I break it down into sub-items. So I have the chief of emergency services, that's all of our existing costs for that position and shared with Brent. I then break out a new one called Federsville Fire Rescue, and that is where all of the operations costs for fire and ambulance services are housed. I have the Huntington Valley and Bernathen Fire Company budget still in there because they would go in 25 and 26, and then they would shift into this new model in 27, and then also significant administrative considerations for insurance, debt service payments, capital payments, all that fun stuff. So again, these are just estimates on what Bernathen's contribution is, on what the total cost of these things would be. But so taking a look through all of that again, to have one fire truck and one ambulance with the 7 personnel per day to be able to do that, that is a $5 million expense. On the fire side, it's about $3 million. On the ambulance side, it's about $2 million. And that tries to consider everything from a salary, benefits, increasing those projections every year, making assumptions as to what benefits plans are being selected, and then operations costs from all of the maintenance and gear and equipment and all of those that need to be purchased. The fire rescue station, again, we're looking at a $15 to $20 million building cost. I don't see any way on that. The debt service to be able to do that would be 2 separate bond issues in 2025 and 2026, so that we would be looking about $1.5 million a year in annual debt service payment. The apparatus capital plan, we're looking at $300,000 to $500,000 annually. When you take a look at that consolidated plan for the 4 large apparatus and all the trucks that support that, I tried to forecast out what it would take to be able to cycle those pieces of equipment through for at least one entire cycle from, I guess, so looking at 20 years from today. So we're looking at $300,000 to $500,000 a year to do that. So from today's status quo budget, to be able to have enough funds in the fire budget, in the ambulance budget, and being able to leverage debt service, because that's now a relevant component of this. So looking at those 3 taxes together, from what we pay today to what we would pay tomorrow, approximately a $625 a year tax increase. I know that is very significant within the overall percentage of what is paid today, but those overall costs are even still less than what it costs to have a 27-member police department. One of the differences here is that in the general fund, we have several other tax revenues. There's earned income tax, there's local services tax that help offset those overall costs. Therefore, the millage doesn't have to be as high. But if we were comparing strictly real estate tax millage to real estate tax millage, what it would take to have a police department compared to what it would take to have a fire and EMS department, you're about 80% on the fire side, just given some of the assumptions that we would make. If there are components of this that fall through, that Bernathen Borough does not participate, if the funding side of Bernathen Fire Company's financial capacity does not come through, these costs would ultimately end up being higher. I did not make any assumptions on any large grants or donations for this project. Those are things that are feasible when it comes to buildings.
Chris, did you factor in the $6 million that Bernathen Fire Company is also bringing?
As of today, no, I didn't. So that would be something that would help reduce the overall local contributions to that. I didn't want to make any assumptions at this point. In the same way, I did not commit any of Huntington Valley's Fire Relief Association to that. That would be solely their decision, and honestly, I wouldn't even ask them to do that. There are annual relief allocations that come in. We didn't budget for those because that all needs to be worked out too. So there's ways to do better than what that budget suggests, but I wanted to give the board a big picture idea of, in order to just provide a single truck and a single ambulance, and if we chose 2027 as the date, those are the numbers that we're looking at. And I wish we had been able to start on this back when the first study was done in 2008. So I didn't have to be sitting here with Mark making this scale of recommendation to provide one of our emergency services. But at some point, the interim plans are not going to work anymore. And it's going to be your responsibility to figure out what to do next. And we do not want you to be surprised by the real cost to do that on a career basis.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions?
What's a police contract on?
No, you're not.
Sounds like we're gonna start burning our own trash.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, every meeting I get to tell you how, hey, this is gonna fundamentally change what you want to do about it.
Do you want to take the report and no, or we skip it?
Just
The other thing I really wanted to mention was about the truck anyway, to you, is like where it's at. Truck is in Pennsylvania, it's at the Lake facility. It's being the final outfitting of some changes that I made with the chiefs of the Huntington Valley Fire Company. Hopefully we'll see it here in about 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. But I gotta tell you, it's state of the art and it's a good looking piece of equipment. I think everybody's gonna be really pleased with that. The feedback we're getting from the fire department, they see the pictures that are out there. We all seem to be pretty excited about it, so. Hopefully that they'll be in and we'll have one of the big projects out of the way.
Stay out for a minute, just in case there's questions from anyone. Any questions from the board first regarding the initial presentation, not really the board?
Chris, I have a question, and just to clarify and confirm. We're basically looking at moving from the status quo to the interim. And for the budget, for the fire tax fund budget, we're going back to that slide. So for 2025, the investment in more paid staffing, we're looking at the approximately $400,000.
Yeah.
And that's $88.20 per year.
Yes.
So
And
just to
very approximate. So that number will have some difference to it by the time we bring it back. Because we'll need to put the specifics to it within the meetings we need to do with Huntington Valley and the meetings that we need to do with Burnett Fire.
Okay.
So that's the very broad.
Very broad. So we're looking at less than $100
Right now.
right now.
It's more specified during community budget meetings that we have.
And the 625 that you very roughly estimated without all those considerations in 2027, that's an increase to where we are now, not the total, right?
Correct. Yeah, correct. So, and then the challenge in being able to give you those numbers. So in the status quo and interim budgets, I'm just looking at the fire tax and the ambulance tax. For the long-term budget, I pulled in the debt service fund because I'm leveraging money that we currently raise today that we won't need for old debt service by 2027. So then I take a look at those three funds together. So really what we're doing along the way is 2027 we'll have 1 millage. By 2028, we'll be able to significantly reduce the debt service fund, put that all into the fire tax and just shift one revenue to another. That still means that there's a $600-something increase to do the full build out.
Does that also include the funding for the new building?
It includes the funding for a new firehouse.
Funding for what? I'm sorry.
For a new fire rescue station. We do not have anything currently budgeted for anything new for administration, for a library, for a police department.
And you did say though that there might be some grants available once we get further down the line in the shop.
Yes.
For the personnel and for the firehouse.
Right. So there are things it's for the firehouse that would be take total project cost and reduce it by that value. If we get it for the personnel, it's great for the year, 2 years, 3 years that we get it, but you would need to be ready to pay it when it's done. So kind of singular capital projects are probably your best bet for where to spend.
Now, for whoever is currently writing the Facebook post about this, please state, and I don't mean any of us, I mean somebody from the public is probably doing that as we speak. Please state that these are estimates and we're not completely sure of the numbers yet. Okay, and these are probably high estimates because that's what Chris does. He's very conservative in his budgeting. Not a criticism, Chris, just a fact.
I appreciate that. If and when I have to come in with a higher number, I'll wear a helmet.
I have a question just to add on to this. I don't know if we can answer it right now, but how do we think about, so beyond these years that we've identified here, just for ongoing increases in pay and benefits, and just the natural sort of cycle of having a now 28 to 30 new employees. What does that add to sort of like long-term thinking in terms of increases as well?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we're looking at just in the same way that we would project the future cost for any of our other first responder employees. So they will have annual wage increases. They will have this and participate in. They will have a
Sure. I'm sure I'll learn all this in the coming months as we go through the budget process. But yeah, I was just curious what.
Yeah, so and then we would be looking at kind of 4.7 that period that they like do collectively.
The audio is cutting in and out. I don't know if that's just me or if.
No, the audio is cutting in and out.
No, it really did.
Oh,
Hold on, stable. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't hear a thing.
Yeah, I lost them.
That's the internet is a 2. If you see.
I think we got you back. I can hear you again. Yep. Now you're gone again.
Like we've got several people frozen.
Gone.
Yeah, I just got a bunch of people.
They came in person. Let's continue on.
I'm jammed. I'm negative.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Ruth, but the boardroom is in and out.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, me too. All I can say is if I'm frozen, I hope I look good. Oh, you could hear that. Sure.
Yeah, Ruth, I think the issue is at the boardroom. I think they're just having internet issues.
Yeah.
Now, that's not good.
I don't think.
No, it's frozen. He's actually just very stoic.
I don't think.
No, he is. He's smiling.
No, your audio is still cutting in and out pretty regularly. So, I mean, we'll stick along as best we can, but.
Questions from the public? Go ahead.
It's area 3166 County Lane. I guess I'm happy and sad to say we had 3 fires in here in the last 5 years on people. Willow did the bridge on they Turwood is they built a new fire station at we're talking about now we have a projected new process. Do we look at our response station location and our ability to respond to fires with that intersection being closed for a finite period of time while they're doing the construction?
Well, and the particulars to that plan, is it a total shutdown?
No. So it's construction. Okay. They had, it's not 5 yet, but there's 5 acres of that construction that are in a different location than where the intersection goes today. So my understanding from Bowman is that much of the existing intersection will remain open. And then as they build it in phases, new portions will open and they'll have different portions open to continue access. I'd say a great example was like PennDOT replaced a bridge further down Philmont Avenue, closer to Red Lion Road a couple of years ago. And Philmont Avenue was 1 lane for self.
Yes, I remember.
As a community with lots of state infrastructure that is failing, all of first responders have to adjust when those infrastructure improvements are being made. Now, every leg of the Philmont Pine section is failing during rush hour times. So in order to make the investment for the period of time that it takes to do that, the end result is an intersection that functions better tomorrow than it does today. That will have a long-term benefit, but I can't imagine that it would make sense to not do the project because of the impacts that it's going to have in the interim on responding services. So just
I'm not saying don't do the project, I'm saying, when do we look at this? Have we looked at it already? When do we look at this? Is it a dynamic process?
As we get closer to the project start, we make adjustments to the response that they have computer aided dispatch, and we have everything pre-assigned for next due. Kind of like we're doing right now with first we put additional next due, they respond immediately to the call. So that's the adjustments we would make. We're rerouting how we get to a scene. You mentioned about the fire station in CANALE Davis. Well, that station be decommissioned. It's no longer in service.
Yeah, it was a temporary for that.
Well, it wasn't a temporary. That has been.
Well, I know,
many
years,
but they don't have the manpower staff, so they decommissioned that. So that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
Like I said, you're doing a good job. I just wanted to know what the process is.
That's how we handle it.
Gotcha. Any other questions from the public? Online, I see Laura Calfan.
Hi, guys. This is incredibly impressive, just incredible amount of work that obviously everybody, Chris and the chief, and probably everybody from the firehouses and the borough have done. It's just a lot of work. I recognize that. I have a really miscellaneous question, something that the chief said. In terms of volunteers, I think I heard that there were a number of people on the rolls, but that that many people weren't actively participating or maybe not showing up for calls. Is there a minimum requirement to be a volunteer? Do you have to answer X amount of calls per year or be at the firehouse X amount of hours? I'm just curious because I'm still trying to also figure out how we attract volunteers, get them trained, and make them fulfill the commitment. And maybe I misinterpreted what he said.
Okay. You hear me?
I can.
Okay. It's a twofold answer. One, requirements for training levels, because you asked about training and getting somebody trained. There are minimum amount of hours for certain types of before they can engage in firefighting. And then I mentioned it was 180 hours. I believe that is now the base have to achieve. In addition to that, under the organizations that they wanted to, there are individual criteria as organizations as to what active and inactive means. Each one could be different no matter where you go, but that is set by the individual organization. And they establish what they consider active in order to maintain that person or provide any kind of benefits or whatever they choose to do. You know, on the volunteer side, we try to do a lot of incentives to keep folks engaged. It may mean like a picnic or a banquet or giving them T-shirt, you know, as a gift. And usually there's some type of criteria they have to meet all they have in order to qualify for that. But it's different from organization to organization. So there's no set when it comes to that. Only on the training requirements would be the only thing I can think of that is mandatory.
So then would your recommendation be to establish some standards for the volunteers at at the potentially unified station?
Yes. And again, there's different levels of volunteer. In an organization, you may have an active volunteer. You may have what's called an associate member that doesn't do firefighting anymore or never did, may do some kind of support function. And you may have like a status called life membership where you've served so many years, you no longer respond to calls, but you're still a member of the organization. And again, it's all worked out different ways, but yeah, there would be criteria that would be established.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I look forward to hearing how this all comes together. And as Ruth said, I do hope it's an equitable final conclusion that benefits both communities and that is fair to the taxpayers of both communities. You have your hands full. I do not envy you, but I do appreciate the work that all of you are doing to try to figure this out. All right, that's all I wanted to know. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any other questions online? Sounds good, Chief Showmaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry it takes so much time.
All right. Next up is the review ANC parcel presentation.
Just a question. Okay. Matter Hubbin, do we have to give any direction tonight for what was presented?
So I'll ask one question in summary. Are you okay if what Chief Showmaker and I plan for this fall budget process is to work on what it would cost to implement the interim recommendations?
Yes.
Yes, and that is what I said, 2025. And it would be approximately $88.20.
We will refine that number.
But you'll refine it the best you can.
I think you want to, I think we want to continue to build out the other options.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think a big component will be the firehouse. So I think we need to begin meaningful planning for that. So bringing on the consultants who will guide us through that process.
This is just the next step. We're going step by step.
At a minimum, we need to prepare for the funding of it,
Yes.
Okay, so do we need a motion or just?
That's informal direction. Anything that will be a specific funding authorization will be voted on as part of the budget process.
In addition, we need to engage the Bernathen folks to see what level of,
we're looking for.
We'll continue that discussion.
So I guess in terms of the structure, we would have to start working with an architect for preliminary plans, at least concepts at some point, right?
Yeah, I think we would do an RFP, I think, for like the construction management company. So the equivalent of the school district had used Dewey. So there's entities that I can poll my colleagues of who has helped manage a fire station project. And then build out that team with an architect, civil engineer to start. All right, what's it take? But we can't really do that component until we have all the property necessary.
Yeah, plan.
That's the next part.
Before we move ahead, Sean and Ruth, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're discussing is just giving direction for the.
You guys got all that, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, your audio is back up to.
You guys are in agreement?
Are you in
Seems
agreement?
like,
Agreed.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Review ANC parcel presentation.
All right, I'm going to do this as quickly as possible for you.
Promise.
Okay.
So the premise for this is that Chief Showmaker and I are meeting with Dr. Best and Mark McGuinn on September 18th. And that is to go through this presentation to then request to be on the school board's October 1st work session meeting. So these slides are really oriented towards a school district presentation. I put them together, ran them by Dwayne Hyatt, who is the treasurer for the Academy of the New Church, to make sure what I was representing in this was indicative of ANC's response to us and represented their positions fairly, and he confirmed that it does. So again, the premise for this is our hopeful future acquisition of the property at the corner of
Yeah, you're set.
That's the one.
Isn't it? You still like the book?
Yep.
That's not what I had as my first. All right. Oh, you're right.
So first slide is just what we were just talking about in a succinct fashion of just what we're doing for fire services in Municipal. Next is listing out the facilities review studies that we've done and giving like this greater attention in this presentation to the 2023 update. But a major component of this, I pulled this out of the 2012 study. It talks about the current Huntington Valley facility. It was designed in 1956 based on a 1956 mentality. So if we're going to be providing modern fire services, that building cannot and will not work. And just acknowledging we do have other facilities needs, but for now we are very focused on fire. So then the next slide is to orient what we're talking about here. So can you go to the next one? So the blue outline on that map, that is a property we already own at 2683 Huntington Pike. The board purchased that back in 2018 for $525,000. The red outline is the ANC parcel. Having those two would give us a combined about 5.5 acres to be able to place this future facility. So next slide, I just wanted to show, we've been looking at this for years. We have that 2012 study, that's what's on the left. And in a way that we could never recommend today was a common space in the center with Huntington Valley Fire Company on the right and Bernathen Fire Company on the left. It was 2 firehouses on one property. We will not recommend that as part of this process. On the right is the same picture that we took a look at before. That was the 2023 RETU study that showed what a kind of overall municipal complex would look like on that site. Next slide is that we made an offer to the Academy of the New Church back in September 2023 for $575,000. That was based on a 2022 appraisal. ANC declined that offer in November of that year. So at the board's December meeting in 2023, we brought a resolution that was kind of a precursor to condemnation on that property. And while the board approved that 4-2, there was some hesitancy about that looking like it was kind of too aggressive on the township's part, and that we wanted to try to negotiate the acquisition of the ANC parcel. And even though the function of that will eventually be through condemnation, the settlement of that would be of the friendly nature. So when ANC declined our offer, this was the first time that they formally brought up this concept of annexing municipal and school district properties to put into Bernathen Borough and the Bernathen School District, where one of those two may not be the case today. That had come up when Dave Serkin and I were meeting with Dwayne Hyatt informally in the months prior to the offer. But this was the first time that it kind of was formalized in that response. Because we had been having that conversation, I did introduce that to the prior superintendent and to Mark McGuinn, because obviously this would have implications for taxable parcels in the Lower Moreland School District, but also the potential to have the obligation to educate students that lived in the borough, but their properties were in the Lower Moreland School District. So that's what I want to summarize in the subsequent slides. So overall, this annexing question, for the visual on it, and that's on the next slide, ANC owns many of the parcels in the triangle that is formed by Huntington Pike, Library Road, and Barker. And in that area, that is where the Bernathen and Lower Moreland and the Bernathen School District and the Lower Moreland School District boundaries are all kind of there together. We had a meeting to discuss this back on June 18th of this year, and it was stakeholders from each of those organizations. They're listed there. And almost frustratingly to me, the group consensus was that we should have a good faith discussion about whether or not we can figure out a way to do this. And the premise is to figure out this annexing question and have the exchange of that then be either some reduced amount or whatever it might be for what it would cost the township to acquire the one parcel that we. So if it's agreeable, we'll figure out between the school districts and the municipalities how you actually do this. If it's not agreeable, then we could pursue the property by other means, which means we would be recommending condemnation. Very simple. Next slide is showing, just based off of our GIS maps, what that triangle is. And I tried to draw in a couple of the other parcels that don't show up on our maps because they are in Bernathen Borough. So the parcels for consideration, we're starting up on the north end. So there's 4 current properties up there. The first one is in Lower Moreland Township and is opposite Meadowlark, leaving the Avondale development on Library. That property is owned by ANC. It is in Lower Moreland and it is in the Lower Moreland School District. Properties 2, 3, and 4 are unique in that they are in Bernathen Borough, but they are in the Lower Moreland Township School District. There's nothing major developed on, nothing at all on Lot 2. Lot 3 is the location of the new thrift store, and Lot 4 is a privately owned property. If they were interested in this, they could participate in that. So just again, property 4, not a property owned by ANC. Then we go down to the south end. So this is down in that corner of Huntington Pike and Buck. The property that has the current antique shop, that is owned by ANC. All of these properties are in Lower Moreland Township and in the Lower Moreland Township School District. 2 of them are owned by ANC currently, and the third is the ANC has a right of first refusal when that homeowner would ever choose to sell. So generally they control the interest of all 3 of those parcels. These are interesting because while it's one business and 2 residences, they actually generate far more tax revenue than the large vacant parcels up on the north end, which I will explain on the next slide. So just going through each of those parcels, the one on Byberry Road that's in Lower Moreland, there is an Act 319 restriction on that, where there's a total assessed value, but they're paying a significantly reduced portion because they've agreed to keep that property essentially undeveloped. So from a school and township tax perspective, that property, the Byberry and Buck Road in Bernathen, and the 3,300 Buck, the one private property, generate very minimal school tax. The thrift shop property now is not under that Act 319 restriction, so it has a assessed value attributed to it, so it does generate a bit. The properties at the south end, you see, particularly the one that is the antique shop, is almost $20,000 a year in school tax. So wanted to show this because if the conversation was limited to these Act 319 restricted properties, we're not really looking at any meaningful school tax reduction in terms of revenue for the school district. And with the kind of change in consideration that if those properties were now in the Bernathen School District, there would not be any obligation in the future for, say, hypothetically, ANC develops that property in the borough that is a zoning district that provides for a variety of uses, ones that would be more dense than a single family home. If there was a multifamily dwelling built there, not through any review of the Lower Moreland Board of Commissioners, if that was approved by Borough Council, anybody who would move into that development, their students would be educated in the Lower Moreland School District, and there's no say we would have in that. I don't know if that is a concern of the school district or not, but something that is at least a relevant consideration given some of the conversations that we've just had in this room. So the idea is to be able to show, here's the tax implications. I think the district would be interested in, if there is this boundary change, to be made whole for some amount of time of the lost relatively minimal tax revenue. But if there's any way, I want to find out from them, do you value this? Is this of interest to you? Because ultimately the feedback that I'm pursuing here, should we be pursuing this concept more as the way to acquire that property? And if the answer is yes, then we can have our respective solicitors advise on the process. From the township perspective, do we have any specific needs? If you're an Avondale resident, if you live on Buck Road, today those properties are not developed. There is nothing precluding them from being developed in the future, but I think there's an expectation that when you drive out on Meadowlark, there is a big open space field across the street from you. So is there something as part of this kind of concept where we would be interested to potentially have a boundary easement that would buffer any future development from the edge of roadway, just as one example? And from the school district perspective, I brought up the law school tax revenue. Is there something that would make this of interest? And if any of the groups know along the way, ultimately my recommendation is going to be, this is still the most logical location where we need to build the firehouse. So to go acquire that property, the board could condemn it, and then we could seek to settle that with ANC. In that world, we're paying the full price for whatever the property would cost us, and it's not to be offset by any of this work, but also it would be far simpler. But if our concern is wanting to make sure that it appears that we are not being too aggressive and we're negotiating in good faith, I can continue to pursue this conversation with the 5 entities that were impacted by it. So that is, I guess, the overview of the current conversations around our potential acquisition of that property.
So if I understand it correctly, for, the north end, not the first property, but the other properties, if for some reason, sometime in the future, they were decided to be developed, they would be, because they fall under Bernathen Borough, we wouldn't be, that would not be through decisions through us.
Correct.
But the school district then would be responsible, Lower Moreland School District would be responsible for educating those kids.
Yes.
And the overall tax value for both the township and the school districts is relatively low.
Right, even the higher one for the school district on a $70 million budget, I don't know that 18 grand is moving the needle, but I don't want to make that assumption in the back.
No, but I mean, it leaves, and the plan then would be, and I think what you're saying is that if we wanted to continue to pursue this to change the boundaries, that might somehow facilitate the acquisition of the land that we're trying to.
Yes, because that's what came back to us in ANC's projection letter, was that, hey, we may be open to divesting of this property if you can help put together this concept.
For zero cost,
And-
or
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
I don't know. They did not indicate that yet.
Because unless they're gonna do it for a nominal fee, I don't see giving up the taxpayers.
I think, you know, my thought on this is, I would continue to pursue this, but, you know, then we shouldn't be paying full value for the other thing, right? So.
Right. Chris, can you explain what a 319 restriction is?
John, can you do that instead?
It's a covenant that a landowner puts on their property. I think they have to have at least 10 acres, which basically says that they're going to keep it clean and green and open to the public. Actually, there's some public access requirements, and it's done between the landowner and the county. When they do that, they get a reduced tax millage. What happens though with the 319 properties is if they sell it, and they can sell it to a developer, they have to pay rollback taxes. But they're only paying 7 years of rollback taxes. It could be on clean and green for 20, 30 years. And that's sort of a criticism of the program in Pennsylvania. Some states are different. So land that's in an area that's valuable, which this is, if it came available for development, developers are going to pay the rollback taxes. That's really not much.
When ANC sold the Fieldcrest property that became the Stone Mill development, they paid the 7 years of back taxes on that property.
I mean, so you get that benefit if you're the landowner forever, as long as you own it. When you sell it though, it's only a 7-year payment of the rollback taxes. And there's been some efforts to try to change that, to discourage that, but that's what it is. And the developers for those properties would line up to buy them. So you could have theoretically high density development. Bernathen Borough could approve it. And then you're gonna have, you know, any kids in there are gonna come to the Lower Moreland School District. That's the only reason they're really looking.
So the one slide I forgot to address, I want to be upfront from day one as to what we're looking at from a overall property scope, because I would not want to convey one thing that we're only looking at these 2 parcels and then have another public entity find out, oh, we're actually implicating your parcel as well. So this last slide, that green area, that is on school district property. Anticipating that just the overall stormwater design is never going to be as simple as you want it to be. The school district, when they built the high school, utilized the township property that is the entrance to Valley Center Park for the entrance for buses and teachers for the new school. And we didn't do a lot line change, but we did an easement to allow that access to happen. That became a shared driveway. So this portion of school district property on that, as you go kind of out the access drive towards Buck Road, does not have any current purpose for it, any active use on the school campus. So my recommendation is to identify some amount of that acreage that could be useful to the township from a stormwater design perspective for the eventual project, and do a lot line change to add that to the acreage for where the firehouse would be built to give the most flexibility possible. We've done lot line changes with the district for Valley Center Park. And again, we did the shared access for the Valley Center Park driveway when it's very challenging to create public land. Sometimes working together is the best way to kind of maximize what we each need to do on the limited amount of space that we have. So just wanted to be very clear. My recommendation to this board is when we go through the design process, we should approach the school district to do a lot line change that would have no cost value to it, to incorporate that into our project scope. So that is everything I have now about the ANC parcel.
Lot 1, 2, and 4, what's that, 50 acres? It's a minimum of 10 acres, right, to be 319, so just looking at it, it's gotta be 50 acres, just them 3 lots.
Yeah, there's gotta be probably 1 and 2 combined 60. So you're probably looking at 60 to 70 acres.
So 60 acres at one house on a half acre, talking 120 single family homes. Right now, we're generating $11,000 in tax revenue for the schools. 120 single family homes, I can guarantee one student's 22,000. You're already in the red with one kid.
Yeah, but here's what you're missing. They would all lose the clean and green status and all the new homes built will be assessed at whatever fair market value may be, which would spike that tax base.
But it's for an Athens tax base, not Lower Moreland, correct?
For part of the parcel.
Well, that they're in that.
Yeah, no, the first one, parcel one is Moreland Township, Moreland School District. Second one
Parcel
is,
two and parcel four.
yeah,
That's for an Athens Township.
for now,
For
for
Barrett, sorry.
yeah.
And 4 is a private
But
home.
they're hit with the Lower Moreland District school tax, not for Napa Borough tax. So it's the worst of both worlds because.
But it's only 11K.
No, because they would lose their clean and green status and every home built there would be assessed.
I think you're inadvertently contradicting. I think the point that you're making is that if today they only generate $11,000, and tomorrow, if we actually went through with this concept.
We're losing $11,000.
Right.
Yeah, who cares?
Which is not significant compared to the potential, if they were to build out that many single homes, the potential of what the new cost would be to the local school district.
Right.
Yeah.
Which we're gonna pay for.
Which would be huge.
You know, we use, depending on what, yeah.
The tax base would be the equivalent of Stone Mill and the Greens in Huntington Valley, which both have complete for 116 units combined have about 100 students that come out.
And what's the tax they're throwing on that 160?
A single family development generally loses money for the school district.
Yes, it's over $2 million. There's over $2 million for that development in schools.
Coming out of there with the kids.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a no-brainer to acquire that land get our school district out.
Yes.
Right, and it's a matter of just whether or not the school district views it that way. The staff at that meeting did not represent that was a vote of interest to them, but that doesn't mean that presented to new staff and the school board members that they.
I mean, just to summarize it for now, I think you continue going in that direction.
Yeah,
it would be my.
I can do it. So we'll go meet with the.
Including the boundary change for Lowell.
Okay, that's
And
all the
it's
feedback.
the
I have. So we will go make that presentation to the school board if they are willing to have us in October.
Ruth, Sean.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sean.
Yeah, I think I still have some questions. I think it's just when I'm back in town to get some clarification on some of the implications, but I think they've all been stated. I'm just, for some reason, I'm not, a dot's not connecting. So I'll follow up the line, but yeah, I'm down to pursue this further to see what comes of it.
Yeah, I think the development of property number 4 especially it could easily be seen on the horizon and could easily be a selling point to the school district.
So, I mean, I would think property 4 is just somebody's private home, so that's probably less realistic. The lot we would, that is most available is lot 2.
All right. And Chris,
Well, there's stuff already on that. It's not open land.
It is, they built a thrift shop on a newly created lot 3. The lot 2 is under a 319 restriction, all but 2 acres of it. 1.9, very important clarification.
Okay.
Chris.
There's something I'm missing too, but I'll figure it out.
Or give me a call.
Okay.
I think.
Thank you.
Lot 6. I mean, number 6, but that is Huntington Pike.
Yep.
I guess that's Ward 5. And then there's across from Ward 6, which is Byberry Road, Byberry Buck parcel. And then the back of that is also Ward 5. There's homes there, off us, Sorrel, Horse, and whatnot. So just, I don't know if in these conversations, moving forward, obviously we wouldn't be sure what would go there in the future, but if there's any way we can provide buffering for the residents, we could figure out which ones, that are behind that Ward 5, and I think it's that Carriage Lane that other one might be close to or something. Setbacks, just a recommendation if they could.
Any trust had that sort of boundary buffer easement on the Fieldcrest property. So in this, I could build that out with John to make sure that any existing homes are protected with some buffer from future development.
That would be my hopes. Everybody, okay.
All right. That brings me to my next agenda item of the evening. Chief Smith, review. All right, you're right. I completely missed it. It's all right. Thank you. Any questions from anybody on this? No questions, great. Chief Smith.
For the record, the high price police department's well worth it.
Well,
It can be two things. They can exist and it can be.
I think it should. Just, I think most of the concerned people left, but I just want to let the board know, I'm fairly confident we can handle any police services with that new development on Philmont Avenue. I set a pretty high bar for officers, and if we don't reach that, that would be something I would come back to you with information that says increased calls, increased services that we're providing there. We're not able to do all these other things we're doing, and that would be a conversation I'll have and give you solid information for that. But I'm confident we can handle that with our current statement. Part of that comes back to we did already have an increase 5 years ago. At this point, we had another somewhat recent increase with the second school week. So we are at a fairly high staffing. If you look at other departments around us, they're losing officers, and we've grown in the past 5 years. So I think we're moving in the right direction for any growth. My report was submitted, so if there's any specific questions, but some of the highlights I have from it. August was one of our busiest months for calls for service. We were over 1,500 calls for service. Our 3 new officers are progressing very well through their field training. Obviously, the 4th new officer should be getting started soon. And again, just to remind everybody, those are 3 replacements for retired officers, and the 4th being that vacancy created with the new school resource officer. Sorry, I apologize. Much like Chief Shoemaker, my voice is not doing well right now. One update from the last meeting, there was the concern brought up about the intersection of Huntington Pike and Barn Swallow with the traffic blocking the intersection. Did have a traffic safety officers take a look at that. There is an existing do not block the intersection sign. It was blocked by a tree, so we've made some recommendations to get that back and also to have PennDOT replace that sign because it was faded. And we're also making the recommendation to have a second sign put on the opposite side of Huntington Pike, so you'll see it on both sides as the cars are going northbound to not block that intersection and create some hazards there. So that one's actively in progress. Some of our crime trends, as has been brought up in prior meetings, and we've posted on our social media numerous times. Lock your cars, hide your valuables, don't leave your keys in the car. Not just Lower Moreland, but many of the surrounding municipalities are having a lot of theft from autos and theft of vehicles. We have had specifically 3 cars stolen and 1 motorcycle since June. So our detectives are actively tracking that down. One of our detectives, Detective Calpiano, is actually leading and trying to get a group of officers from all the region together to try and combat this. We do have some specific leads and specific suspects we're looking at.
In any of those instances, were the cars locked?
No, they were all unlocked and
were the keys in the vehicle?
Yes. So the 3 vehicles, again, the motorcycle, I'm not 100% certain on that. I can't really lock that up. But sometimes they can be thrown in the back of the pickup truck and taken. So, but 3 cars, they were all unlocked and the keys weren't ever seen. So, we did have a bunch more theft from autos last night. However, all officers were able to make an arrest thanks to some of our intersection cameras that we have. We're able to pick up a stolen vehicle that was coming into town, not stolen from Lower Moreland, but our officers made an arrest on that last night. So it was a good arrest by one of our newer officers as well. A couple other things, the spillway at Elkins Field Park, our officers have gotten a lot of reports about people fishing on that. It is signed. We have been going out and giving people warnings. It's a heavily used area. It's a good fishing spot. My one young son would say the same thing. But we have been keeping the people off of that as best we can because it is a dangerous area. So just a reminder, if it says no trespassing, you got to stay off. It's for your own safety.
If you fish on the grass berm, you can't go on the concrete.
Correct. And we have had no repeat offenders. Everybody we've talked to has been very cooperative. We've given them warnings, moved them along, and they can fish as per sit along the banks. Another one that's been very popular, not just for us, but the surrounding areas. There's a lot of attempted phishing scams going on where people are getting either a mailer or an email with a picture of their residence and someone threatening that they have their search history, that they know what they've been looking at, and trying to get them to send them Bitcoin. So this has been happening a lot through Lower Moreland. Even one of our chaplains, the police department chaplains who lives in Upper Dublin, got the exact same letter. They're just using a stock Google image of the person's residence, which anybody can find. You type in an address, you can get a Google picture of it. And then they're just trying to get people to pay this money on the assumption that they maybe looked at something inappropriate on the internet. So just keep that stuff in mind. We don't believe there's any threat to anyone specific because it's so far spread. However, just know that that's one thing that the new crime trend that people are trying. Community events, we had our second annual Codes with a Cop. It was a very great event. I would say easily 10 times the amount of people that came out from last year. So it was a great event. We had people hanging out in the parking lot at the Hicks Ice Cream Shop on Federal Road there. So it was a very popular event. We ended up on the news, so that was a good thing. Thor turned 3 this month, so our K9 Thor turned 3. He did have to work on his birthday, but he was active that day. Also in August, on August 5th, we helped out with Abington's National Night Out. It was another great event. There was multiple police departments there, so it was a good way to get to know some people in just our general area. And it's very highly traveled by all the surrounding communities, so a lot of people go out to that. First week of school, we did have some increased patrols, social media posts, doing a lot of walkthroughs, sitting in the school zones to try and slow the cars down. So we've had a very dense police presence around all of the schools, just to try and keep everybody safe as that's starting up. Our reminder bus patrol started up. We have not gotten any, in case there's going to be any questions, we haven't gotten any violations just yet. It takes some time for that to get through the system. But the bus patrol program, again, is that camera on the side of the school buses, so when the arm activates and the lights activate, it turns on the camera, and if anybody violates it, we get the violations. We approve them and then send them to the program itself that handles it.
Do you get reports from the bus riders if that thing comes in?
We can still get that. I don't know if they've been told, like, don't bother because we're going to get video of it anyway. But in the past, that's what would have to happen. The bus driver would have to get a license plate, a description of the driver, description of the vehicle, exactly where they were at, exactly all their circumstances. The good news now is it's all caught on camera. As soon as that arm goes out and on, the camera activates and catches every single car that may or may not go by it.
I don't know if you know, but the district sent out a whole card.
Yes, they sent out a card and we also put it on our social media, just
to
keep people advised. It's
keep them
out
advised
there.
and know if they're going to go around the bus.
A couple things are Scam Jam, unfortunately, that we were teaming up with the PA Department of Banking and Securities, and ARP had to get canceled. Last check, there was only 13 people signed up, and those entities won't come out and assist with that. So that was that seniors fraud event that we were going to help host at the community room. So that did have to get canceled. We are notifying the people that did sign up for it. And then just a reminder, obviously the police department as well as the fire department township open houses on Saturday, October 5th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So, any specific questions or concerns?
Any questions from the board, public? Thank you very much, Chief. Fire Marshal Shalley.
Good evening. Make this quick. Rich Worthington and myself, we did a orientation at the Christian Valley School this past month on some of the new teachers. We do that every year, go over fire drills and evacuation. The EDITS conference is coming up in October. We're just about ready to go with that. If you saw in my notes, there's over 375 attendees. We had some great speakers coming up for this year. Just to also give you an update on the Artist Senior Living, they were all fully evacuated during the electrical fire that we had back in July. I spoke with Bill Wolfgang this week, and slowly but surely they should all be back up and running to full staff and all the patients back in by Friday. I will, if that is the case, then I'll send out an email to the police and fire to let them know that. As of now, they are also working with our first responders and their staff to get together with an after action report to go over some good points and bad points of what happened during the day. But Bill Wolfgang, who's the main contact, couldn't thank all of us enough, all the responding units, and for all the, what we're on. We had a minor sprinkler system malfunction at the Manor Healthcare. We also we found a leaking sprinkler pipe. The air compressor was bad and a few other issues. They're under new management. They did not notify me that, so none of the Knox box keys worked. The system has been rectified. I'm meeting with them this week or next week to go over their emergency action plan and to meet their new staff.
Any questions from the board? Anything from public? Well, right, thank you very much. That brings me to my liaison reports. First up is the Civil Service Commission. We have an upcoming meeting next week, I believe, on 26th. So that's on the agenda. Regarding my second liaison position, it is the Huntington Valley Library. There was a wonderful event for the second annual Books and Brews event. And it was great. It was last Saturday. Cool mini golf courses, great turnout from the public, and just an overall good time. On Saturday, September 21st, is Movie Night Under the Stars. This event is sponsored by the township. We'll be showing If at 7 p.m. on the back lawn. If is rated PG, the event will be moved into the Red Lion Gym if there's rain. Free and open to all. Thursday, September 26th in the community room. The library will welcome Jeff Thomas to discuss how baseball has historically been seen as America's game. During this presentation, Jeff will examine the interplay between baseball and the assimilation of immigrants into American society. There's a book club for all ages in the library is adding a Saturday mystery book club starting October 26th. Check it out on the HV website, hvlibrary.org website. That's all I have. Back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Canale, VP. Next is my agenda, Chair of Internal Affairs Committee. First item is review and consider the minutes of August 13th, 2024. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Motion to approve.
Any public comment? Motion to approve the minutes of August 13th, 2024. All those in favor?
We need a second.
Oh, is there a second?
Okay, second that.
Second.
Second, okay. Approve the minutes of August 13th, 2024. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Ruth and Sean. Thank you, Commissioner. Next, review and consider September 2024 bill list. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Any public comment at this time on the bill list? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the September 2024 bill list.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to approve the September 2024 bill list. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 No, looks like we're all good. No opposed. Thank you, Commissioners. Next, review and consider resolution establishing 2025 MMOs for pension plans. Manager Hoffman, could you review that item for
Yes.
us quickly?
This is an annual item that you must do by the end of September each year. And it sets the contributions and minimum municipal obligations for our two pension plans. So you have three resolutions which require three individual votes. So first, starting with the police pension plan. For just the second time in recent history, based off of our 1/1/23 plan valuation, in order to keep the plan actuarially sound, our actuary is recommending a 5% contribution by our officers. Essentially, the way that the collective bargaining agreement works is that if we have no MMO, obviously they don't make contributions. If the MMO is covered by state aid, they don't make contributions. But if that calculation ends up being much larger, then we have the total value, which I will describe in the next resolution, less the officer contributions, and then that becomes the MMO, which is partially offset by state aid. So the first resolution that you have, which is number 24-45, will set the contribution rate for Lower Moreland police officers at 5% for 2025. Your next resolution is number 24-46, and that is the minimum municipal obligation for the police pension plan. That is our one defined benefit pension plan. So the total funding necessary for 2025 is estimated to be $688,192. That will be offset by the 5% contributions by our officers, which is $207,000, resulting in an MMO of $450,562. So that number will be incorporated into your 2025 budget. For reference, the last 3 years, that number was zero. So that will have a budgetary impact for us. The difference, though, is that we will receive state aid to cover the majority of that remaining $450,000. We will learn what that state aid is for 2025 in about October of that year. The final resolution is number 24-47. This one is far simpler for all of our non-uniform staff. We have a defined contribution plan that is 9 or for 2025 will be 9.5% of base salaries. So we just take an estimate of the base salaries for that employee group multiplied by 9.5%. So that yields an MMO of $241,240. In a year where we don't have a police MMO, that is fully covered by state aid. Next year, we will have to pay that out of the general fund because the state aid will go towards covering a portion of the police MMO. So those are your 3 resolutions to keep us in compliance with the funding necessary for the township's 2 pension plans.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Ruth, Sean?
Nope.
No.
The public have any public comment at this time? Okay, we'll start with motion number 1. Make a motion to approve resolution 2445, setting the officer contribution rate for 2025 to 5%.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2445 as described. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Ruth, your aye also?
She was.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. There's a nay, the motion is passed. Next motion is to approve resolution 24-46, establishing 2025 police pension plan MMO as $450,562.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 24-46 as described. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have all ayes. Thank you, Commissioners. The motion's passed. The next motion is a motion to approve the resolution number 2447, establishing the 2025 non-uniform pension plan MMO as $241,240.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 24-47 as described. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Commissioners. The motions are passed. Next, let me get this up on my screen real quick. Next is for us to, in accordance with our budget process, it's time for us to check our schedules to be able to set this year's budget meetings. So everybody get their phones and calendars out. Our first meeting includes the community groups, which receive township funding. And they come in, they make a brief presentation to the board. Those invited this year and every year is the Huntington Valley Library, the Huntington Valley Fire Company, and Bernathen Fire Company. So for 2025, the Huntington Valley Fire Company and Bernathen Fire Company presentations will still be made, but will be set in the context of Chief Showmaker's overall recommendations. Additionally, we use the board meeting for our goals session to also allow for potential costs to be forecasted and included in our upcoming year's budget. And then we have 2 other budget sessions to review the entire budget. So these are all the first meeting, we're going to have presentations from Chief Smith, Department of Public Works Director Steve Warner, and then Chief Showmaker. So there are dates in our tablet. The first is for community groups goals meeting Monday, September 30th at 6:30 p.m. Commissioners, how does that date look for everybody?
Denise, all the dates and times All the times are at nighttime, evening hours. Is there anything possibility of doing morning, afternoon, rather than night times? Is anybody open to that, or is that just negative? Everyone's work schedule doesn't let me.
I'd have to check my days.
Yeah, I can make that scheduled work, but I just need the advance notice.
Yeah.
And what do you need? Advance notice?
Yeah, like we would have to plan it out. Right now, all these times work. I could do this. I'm not sure how conflicted you are.
And night times are brutal.
With the kid.
I'm in full bunch of different directions.
I mean, I guess, like, I don't have my other calendar here, so. These times work, but I think I might be able to work some of the other times.
Yeah, maybe you miss one or two a daytime for me.
Wait, Sean's the only one who has like a regular job. So Sean, can you do days?
I mean, I think.
Oh, Dennis too,
I'd
but
say-
he works his own.
Yeah, I would need to know when, and see if I could for a couple hours of the day. That could be tough, but it just depends on what's going on that day.
These things are like 3 to 4 hours each at a minimum.
Exactly.
These days work, and
What did you have these
right,
pre-picked?
but I could go, I have to look at my calendar.
How the hell all these days and times work for you?
Yeah, I was going to ask only if Wednesday, November 6th, if that could get moved one day to Thursday. And the reason why I asked is the school board meets that night because the election is the day prior. So, I mean, on a personal level, that creates a little bit of a conflict, but also for anyone from the public who would want to participate in both, they would not be able to.
Okay.
There's a school board meeting that night.
Yeah, Monday. The two other dates are, I believe, are free of those conflicts.
I have no good Monday, Monday, Thursday, or Friday that week. That's the only night I have free.
So maybe as a suggestion, could we maybe just keep the days, and then if we want to go morning or afternoon, I can let you know tomorrow.
Even if I'm good any days, morning, afternoon.
I'm fine with daytime, whatever, as long as, Chris can.
Right, and just also making sure that these are public meetings. So I guess everybody will have a different perspective as to what works in their personal schedule if they're interested to attend. But just keeping that in mind.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can do that Wednesday, that'll work for me.
Do it, the majority has to do it, it's fine.
We'll make it work.
I have to do it online, I'll do it online.
Okay, that's an option.
All right.
Can you do it online?
So we need to advertise these meetings.
We do.
So I
Right.
guess just is the general
Well, let's go
guidance
with
that
number-
community groups is good. Budget session
Yes.
number 1 on the 29th at 5 PM is good. And we're going to determine whether
Right at
we can do the
daytime.
second one in the daytime on.
Can we do that like, what's that?
And I'd say I will.
I'm not gonna be in person, friend. These 5 o'clock is a horrible time for me, being honest with you. CCD, 7 practices, coaching 3 teams, like 5 o'clock's the worst time.
Well, can we shoot for 1 o'clock on,
You pick the days out. I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna be here at 5 o'clock on Tuesday, October.
all right, well, what I'm saying is, how about 1 o'clock on that day?
I can do 1 o'clock on any day, Monday to Friday,
Good.
any day.
Can everybody?
And that's
else
the
think about-
lunchtime.
Yeah, let me look.
Yeah, I'm okay.
When-
I'll make it work. Sean,
Just
you think you could do that, like
A week in advance?
Well, let's do this by email and just table this for right now. How about that?
Yeah. The 29th is good for everybody right now, right?
Can we do that? I mean, I know they have to be advertised and everything, but
He said.
I mean, the 30th.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
good.
Right now, we're setting September 30th, right? At 6:30?
Yeah, that one looks good. Well, yeah, it looks good right now.
Okay. And is it okay to wait on the other two, Chris?
So yes, but I think after the board sets these, I build out my entire budget process to be able to meet the dates that I need to do. So I think if I send an email tomorrow and then just you reply to me individually with the blocks of time that you can do, we will drop them into when we have the most people available to do.
I can make
Okay.
these days because I'm in town.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's why I check my schedule. these days I'm in town, so taking a different day, I might be in a different city.
So if we maintain the same days, we're just looking at
Different times.
Different
days, or mornings or afternoons.
Right.
You guys are the best. Just for you, Joe, nobody else.
And Sean, are you gonna be able to,
You can have my hoagie, I'll give you my hoagie.
navigate the schedule?
For me, that it's hard to make a during the day commitment, especially like 3 months out. And also the day after the election, which will be, a busy day. It'll be a busy day where I'm already taking work off. So, I think my preference would be the evenings. I would be the most reliable in the evenings. I would hate for travel or work commitments to pull me away from this.
All right.
But that's
Send us, so you have to reach out to the community groups and reach out to everyone.
The community groups I'm not worried about.
Yeah.
But when I send this out, I already know that we've got a conflict between the plans and the paces. So
Right.
we won't have an answer.
No,
We're good, to pick, we just gotta pick,
Okay.
and we'll get done.
Do you think you'll be able to come in on Zoom, even if you're coaching, and try to?
Figure it out.
For one of
Figure it out from other teachers.
Okay. All right. All right, Chris, so you'll send us out and then we'll just,
Yep, everybody reply to me individually.
and then you see
Show your
that.
availability.
Are we moving November 6th
Sure,
regardless?
I can.
Because it's a school board meeting?
So it doesn't sound like there's other availability that we can't do Tuesday.
Right.
I don't want to insert my own interest into this process, but after you give me your feedback, I have to prepare the budget ordinance by Friday.
Right.
So if we meet on Thursday instead, that is not going to be sufficient time to make the final budget ready. Because ultimately you have to adopt this on the following Tuesday.
And I listen in on those school board meetings. Sean, do you think you can get your parent, have your parent?
On the personal level, I can make that work. I didn't know if the conflict with the school board meeting would be enough reason to move it. I think the timing of this getting done is more important than that.
Thank you.
And I can make Wednesday, November 6th work. What I have to look at and try to figure out is if I can make during the day work or not.
Okay, well, when Chris sends us that email, we'll reply, and thank you, Ruth. Okay, next item, administration report, Manager Hoffman.
So just two very quick things. The first is that related to the A and C parcel acquisition, I have a proposal from RITU to prepare a local share account grant application to help offset our cost in acquiring that property. The proposal fits within our overall planning budget for the year, so I will be signing off on that. And I am meeting, I think, on September 17th for a PBA contract negotiation meeting. So that will also be very impactful to our budget process, and that is what I have.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Next, we have the tax collectors report. Is our Jane, I see you up there. Hello, Jane Sale, we're elected tax collectors online.
Thank you, Commissioner KURITZ. The taxes at the face collection were at 97.55%. The actual collections, which include the discounts and the penalty amounts, were at 95.80%. The remaining taxes to be collected is $156,108 at the face amount, and the remaining trash to be collected is $29,050, and that's also at the face amount. And those amounts will be higher because we're now in the penalty portion of the collection until December 31st.
Thank
you.
you.
Any questions?
Any questions for tax collector Jane Sale? Thank you. I'll set that your report is submitted. Next is my liaison report, and due to the time, I'm going to keep this short as possible. At Lower Moreland Township School District, I attended the August meeting and then the September 3rd work session that was held. I was unable to view it on the actual night, so I viewed it later on YouTube. The next school board's public board meeting is going to take place on September 17th, 2024 at 7 p.m. So the district continues to implement and work on their highway occupancy permit improvements on Red Line Road, The driveways are open for the start of the school year. The new pedestrian crossing won't be installed until 2025 because the mass farms are going to take several months to arrive. Jamie Lynch reported from Dewey and advised the board and the district the struggles with the HOP improvements. He discussed the driveway improvements, an existing gas line that was deemed too shallow at PICO, that they're being asked to relocate, some stormwater structural changes, as well as a sanitary manhole change. Both of those are on the close to and near the high school driveway. The board, I sent you all of this so you can keep up to date via email. Finally, he just reported that some existing sidewalks were in super poor condition, so they were replaced along the Red Line Road frontage. The meeting, if anyone wants any other additional meeting, any additional information, they can go to the website at school district lmtsd.org. And as Manager Hoffman stated in his report, that it's rare that an HOP improvements, we allow the school basically to open up without their HOP improvements taken care of. So just wanted to point that out. And lastly, for everybody, I did hear on that last meeting that the school district did hire a new superintendent to take Julian Drennan's place. She was there for over 30 years. They're not sure on her start date, but I did hear that she's from Centennial School District.
It's not superintendent, is that?
Assistant superintendent. They did hire an assistant superintendent to take Julian Drennan's place. Did I say superintendent? Sorry, wrong. Assistant. Next is just the diversity, equity, and inclusion. Just to tell everyone to date, all the goals that were discussed and agreed upon by the stakeholders are going to be implemented for this year. We don't have any meeting dates at all. I've been in touch with Stacy Kempner. So nothing scheduled just as of yet. With regard to community events, we have a Commissioner and Vice President CANALE mentioned the movie Night Under the Stars, which is in September. So he covered that. In October, we have Lower Moreland Township and LMPD open house in coordination with the Fire Prevention Day. That'll be Saturday, October 5th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And it's a great day for the families. Next, we just have an environmental workshop. It's Stormwater Basics for Homeowners. That'll be Wednesday, October 16th. It's going to be held at the library at 7 p.m. It's going to be approximately an hour and a half. The gentleman, the presenter is Robert Pace from Penn State Extension. He's a certified master watershed steward in coordination with our engineer, Timothy Woodrow, will be there also. So people will have an opportunity to learn how to control stormwater as citizens on their property and a whole lot of other good stuff. Lee and I are meeting tomorrow to just go over those events that are upcoming. So that concludes my agenda items for this evening, but does anybody have any questions? If not, the chair recognizes Ruth Housen, Chair of the Public Property Committee. Ruth.
Hi, everyone. So the bid opening for the Forest Hill Cemetery Sanitary Sewer Replacement Project happened in August. There were two bids. One was from Barrasso Excavation for $200,362.50. The other was from Jurek Inc. for $213,526.50. We are looking at using the lower bid, Barrasso, as there is no good reason not to. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone on the board?
No.
Anybody in the community? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to award the Forest Hills Cemetery Sanitary Sewer Replacement Project to Barrasso Excavation, Inc. in the amount of $200,362.50.
Second. The motion was moved and seconded to award the Forest Hills Cemetery Sanitary Sewer Replacement project to Barrasso Excavation, Inc. in the amount of $200,362.50. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It looks like we're all on board. Thank you very much. The motion's passed.
Next is the Ridgeway Park playground equipment, which we authorized to go out last month. We're going to increase the amount by $15,000 for site prep, and we did get the $91,000 from PRPS funding. So that is a state funding program to reduce our costs. I hope everyone had a chance to look at the mock-ups. Those are the actual colors and the way it's going to look on the property. I think it's beautiful. Sean thinks it's beautiful.
I think they look excellent, and I also want to thank Commissioner Blanton for all myself, Commissioner Blanton, and Steve Werner. They wanted a group of at least 3 people to go, and that's what ensured us to get the additional PRPS funding. So thank you, Sean, too, because you gave up a day for that of work. It looks fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you guys for taking out the colors.
Okay, we have also reached out to the DCED to see if we can revise the scope of our current LSA grant. Right now it's scheduled for the Valley Center Park Bridge and Trail, which we cannot do due to change in conditions, so we're hoping to use it for this instead. That would then reduce this even further. Does anyone have any questions on any of that?
Commissioner Housen, just an update. I did get a screenshot of an email texted to me from EJ. DCED had us submit a written request for the change of scope, and it went up to the grant program director, who advised they are not allowing any scope changes.
Oh.
Okay, so what does that mean? We lose that money completely? Well, that stinks, but they haven't given us any options. Unless we think reaching out to our local, our state rep or federal, our state rep or state, people would help. Do you think that might help?
Facilitate conversations, but experience with the school district LSA grant to say don't necessarily move the needle on a decision. So I would be hesitant to put them in that position on our behalf. We also have so many other active local share account grant applications that I think the one that we were granted slide and see what happens with the one that we have out there for the Beth Air streetscape. The school one still has to be paid, and we're going to submit a new one for the A&C parcel acquisition.
Okay, great. In other words, we don't want to engender any ill will, so that's fine. All right, does anyone have any questions on the Ridgeway Park Playground project?
No.
No. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the Ridgeway Park Playground project for a cost not to exceed $245,173.76.
Second. Motion's been moved and seconded to authorize the Ridgeway Park Playground project for a cost not to exceed $245,173.76. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 No opposed. Thank you. Commissioners, Ruth, back to you.
All right. We have received some complaints about pickleball players not playing nice. So we need to put up some additional rules. I don't know what paddle hanging court reservations means, but I guess it means people are trying to save courts for their friends and themselves, and that's probably should not be allowed. So we can need some pickleball community court sharing guidelines. Okay. So we have
is actually like a sharing, like it's if people are playing. I've been doing so much research. I think I know a little bit, just educating myself about this pickleball. So if someone's playing on the court and then they see hanging, they know that that's the next group coming on, just to give you.
Yeah, I think the way it works, because I actually had a conversation with somebody this weekend about it. So you hang your paddle on the fence, and that signifies that you're next in line. So it's so the way it's not like for an hour that you play when you're done that these are next. It's like you play a game, the next paddle up, then plays a game, and then you go on like that. But it's one game, not necessarily a time.
And it presupposes, and I wish that this was like something we could confidently say, that everyone who is there that is playing is agreeing to play by that rule. Right. If somebody else is claiming one court for themselves and it says no, we're going to play here for an hour and just rotate ours through. Right. It's not like we have an enforcement mechanism to force somebody to use the paddle hanging, even though like probably the majority of people that would show up there would use it that way because that's the bulk of people.
Maybe the mill does it that way, and the challenge I think for Heaton Road is that Heaton Road doesn't have the space to allow people to hang out in the backboard that Mason's Mill has. So I think paddle hanging actually creates problems from what I hear, just because there's not a lot of space in between.
Hang out in the compost yard.
Close them down.
And also the pickleball games, from what I'm hearing from the players that I've been talking to, they only, like usually a typical game goes for 15 minutes. So it's not really like tennis, it's not a longer game. And the whole concept of pickleball is to be completely inclusive and mix in. So basically we have these rules and,
Well, the first resolution, if I may interject, is pretty cut and dry. Resolution 24-48 lists the following regulations. Play is permitted between 6 a.m. and dusk. Private lessons are not permitted. Maximum play time is 1 hour if others are waiting to use the court. And use of skateboards, bicycles, scooters, ATVs, and other similar equipment is prohibited. These are our standard regulations that we have at other places, and we'd like to put them up at Heaton Road as well. Does anyone have any questions on this resolution?
No, I like it.
I think it's good. I mean, I don't know if this is something that one thing that we can add. I mean, people should already know to do this. But if not, certainly.
Well, there's a second item that we can discuss, but
add share courts when others are waiting. I don't, because
I don't think that can be.
Yeah, so
we can't afford it.
there's two components. So the stuff on the resolution is what's enforceable. Other things that we could put on the signage, which is why I put the 2021 memo, we could put that on a sign, just knowing it's not enforceable. We can encourage people to be.
Yes, that would be wonderful on a sign.
Okay,
yes.
But right now we're just talking about resolution 24-48, because that has to be a sign of each of itself. So does anyone have any problems with it or questions?
I do not.
Okay. So I make a motion that we approve resolution number 24-48.
Okay.
What? Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded to approve resolution 24-48 as described. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, thank you.
Okay. Now for the next one, this is an additional sign that we can put up saying for court-specific rules. Also, we want to have certain things like alcohol is not permitted. I believe that should be pretty standard on community property, not community or township property. It is in the rest. Abusive, indecent, and threatening languages are prohibited, and pets are prohibited from the courts. Does anybody have any questions or problems with those three items being up on a sign at the pickleball court?
No.
I do not.
Okay. Now there are suggestions for court-specific rules. Now, we can make court-specific rules so that play doesn't begin until 8 a.m. Regardless of season. That's for noise. I don't know if we want to do that or not. I don't know that the Heaton Road pickleball courts are causing any noise complaints. Do we know that?
I'm sorry, I was distracted and talking. I apologize.
I'm not aware of any.
Noise complaints?
No, not aware of any noise.
Pickleball players.
Noise complaints from Heaton Road.
On the turnpike, but they're
Yeah.
not complaining.
Yeah, so I don't think so. So I don't think we need to start the pickleball play at 8 a.m. So I don't think that one's not necessary.
So I had
What?
included the 21 just because that was comprehensive of what all needed to be on that signage. So like reviewing the individual items again, most of those you just did in the new resolutions. Well,
Right.
the park regulation ones, you don't need to do a new resolution. They can be put on the sign because it's existing ordinance. I think the only remaining question is the non-regulation based signage. What would you want to see in addition to the items that are already in your code?
Okay. Regulation. I don't know. Share nice.
I think it's fine. I think
No.
it's fine what we just agreed to. I wouldn't make this any more complicated. Like,
I was
Right,
just
yeah.
looking at share towards when others are waiting. That way it's on a sign.
well, if you say 1 hour, it's
Yeah.
1 hour. You can't say.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we.
1 hour, and then
Maximum
like,
play.
oh, okay, we want you to share too, because then that's just gonna create a conflict.
Yep.
If it's 1 hour, we said 1 hour, if it's 1 hour, it's 1 hour. Done.
Well, it says the maximum playtime is 1 hour.
Maximum, yeah, and the game is short.
So that means a max of 1 hour if there's a line. If not, play as long as you want.
Okay,
Right.
so everybody wants to leave the playtime, like,
Yeah.
Just leave it kept in an
I
hour.
would just, I keep this very, very.
let's see how it works once it goes out.
Yeah, I don't think we need
Work it
anything.
out there, that's fine, but like, I think
We don't have
we put
a,
another sign up that says something different,
director.
it's gonna be a point.
which is.
Okay, well, maybe we don't put another sign up like that then.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know that we need, I don't know, let me see. I think maybe the alcohol is not permitted and abusive, indecent, and threatening languages are prohibited. Pets are prohibited from fields, playgrounds, sports. Those three should be on the new sign, but I'm not sure we need anything else.
Ruth,
Do you
this
guys?
is, keep music down and please consider a quiet pickleball battle.
I like the,
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, so we're good.
we're good then.
okay. So you want those 5 things on the new signage?
It'll be 8.
The alcohol, abusive language, pets, music volume, and quiet pickleball paddle.
No. The pickleball paddle and music volume down on.
Correct.
Mhm.
Right, you're not
Everything
making an
else
advisory,
extra.
be a good neighbor, you're just doing what are the regulations.
Yeah,
So we'll pull
just-
the 3 items out of the Parks Code, and we'll do the 5 items that you just adopted in the resolution, that will be the sign.
Okay.
I think that works.
The sign is gonna say.
Okay,
All those 8 things.
Can I?
all right.
Second, sorry.
Go ahead, yeah.
You have general parks regulations that apply in all of your parks. You also have the ability to set by resolution rules for individual parks. So the resolution that you just adopted are court specific, and the reason you had to do that is that we never adopted a resolution for Heaton. So what we're gonna do is take the items that apply to courts out of the code, those are the top 3 from that 2021. Add in the 5 items that are in the resolution, or 4 items, A through D. And that will be the contents of a sign that goes up that are enforceable by our police department. In the God forbid instance, we have to enforce it. We're not going to do any other signage that recommending how people behave. Just
Okay.
adopted by resolution.
So people
So
are,
basically,
because they haven't been gotten off the court and they call 911, the police can enforce that. If
Correct,
if
because they
they're
can
past the
enforce
maximum
an hour.
1 hour.
Somebody would need to testify to.
Right.
Okay, so we know what the items are. I make a motion to approve Resolution 21-49, establishing regulations for the courts in Lower Moreland and Ridgeway Parks.
Second.
You already did that resolution.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
No, we did 48.
That's the past one. That's just like from the old memo. Yeah, there's no additional motion to make.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
Because we're.
Okay, so we did it. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, we can move on to
I
the.
misunderstood. Okay. So on the sewer report, right now, Beth Air's pump is about to get replaced. There's a whole bunch of different pumps that are about to get replaced in different places. And so that process moves forward, and of course it's important and essential, and that my liaison positions are the Township Authority, which did not meet, and the Historical Architectural Review Board, which did not meet. So that completes my agenda items.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales. The next chair recognizes Commissioner Pace, Chair of the Public Works Committee.
Floodgates, item you reviewed proposed floodgate locations. Leah, could you put on the screen the locations, please? Last month, we talked about the grant for $88,000 that are going towards installation of floodgates at various locations. The Bowman Engineering, they're proceeding with PennDOT for the permitting, and they just have to confirm the locations are acceptable. Last meeting, we talked about discussing the locations. So that is Red Line Road on the screen. Immediately east of the Wawa entrance. So basically between Wawa and the commercial building that's across the street. And then the opposite side of Philmont Ave on Red Line. Up by the railroad tracks, I guess you call that, right?
Yeah, so that one, the premise is to get it below the tracks and as close to the intersection as possible. PennDOT is going to be very sensitive about that location because of the grade crossing and the accidents that have happened there before. So the goal is to just make sure that the final driveway that we need to provide access to, and then put the gate somewhere after that. We'll see what feedback PennDOT has about that.
Should the gate that's up by Wawa, should it be on the other side of the parking lot entrance to prevent people from going through Wawa in order to try to get around that?
So Wawa will remain open in these storms, so we cannot clear.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
But the same comment though, Sean, applies to the commercial building too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
In fact, one of the last storms, I was coming out of Wawa and I saw someone trying to go, they cut through around that property. So.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the ingress to Crescent Fields if you need it off a Red Line.
You want to go to the next?
And the next slide is Philmont Avenue. 2829 Philmont Ave and Pine Road. You able to zoom in a little bit or no?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The one on the right side, the premise for that one is to close off as close to where the roundabout will be installed. So right now where that shows that location, any of the businesses to the right of there all have access out the back to Pine Road. So we'll get PennDOT's feedback. We don't want to put the closure in a spot that is not compatible with the future improvements. And then the one on the left is based around that bridge location.
Okay.
So should that one be further towards the Wawa and then choke off that parking lot of that commercial building?
I don't know that we're in a position to choke off parking lots. And that's probably based off of where the flooding can extend to, would be too.
Well, what I'm saying is they'll see the gates down and, oh, I can't get, if I can get out here on Philmont Ave, but then I'm stuck because there's gates down over it.
if you go any further down, it would be in water, most likely. It would be in the middle of the water. Like,
Yeah.
we end up, we usually tape off
Yeah.
the exit from on to Philmont Avenue. We put caution tape there at
Yeah.
least. So cars, I mean, they drive through it or cut it, but we check that often. That property, the, Fairway Plaza, thank you.
2600
Fairway Plaza, we tape off that back exit, so you shouldn't go out on Philmont Avenue. And it's pretty evident, the water's always right there.
Yeah.
But if it's closed on Philmont Ave, on the other side of Wawa, they can't get down, right? They can't come down Philmont anyway.
Well, it's always.
And there's one on the other side of that, closer to the Sunoco line, the roundabout.
Mhm. Yeah, that's always underwater in there. They can't get out that way if they wanted to.
So they're not gonna play out the parking lot essentially.
Right.
No,
I got
they'd be pulling into a stream.
All right. Next location. Philmont and Ann Street and then Huntington Pike.
So the one in Ann is hidden behind the video.
Did it right, yeah.
And then closing off the,
It's all right, we believe it
kind of where
it's, can you minimize the people?
So is the one on Philmont halfway?
yes, because that would take you towards the flooding. Anybody who would be leaving and dual that area, if there isn't flooding there, you would want to provide access to get out of Philmont Avenue.
So why can't we do a halfway one at Red Line and Pine?
Send them all down Dale Road.
Send them all down Pine.
So the difference here is that there is a concrete median.
What?
There's a concrete median that defines the turn lanes on Philmont Avenue. I guess the putting a half width one on Pine and Red Line would be the same, but we're already putting a sign there.
Correct.
I know, but I do think barriers are more effective than signs. Just a personal opinion. So it would certainly make Chuck happy.
No.
We're not making a decision based on that. Sorry, Chuck. But I actually think that might be a good option. I don't know if we can add another one if we have the money for that or not.
You would just pay for it out of pocket rather than the grant.
Yeah.
This is a good start. Let's evaluate after these are in.
I think the difference is the distance from Pine and Red Lion to where we could close it at Red Lion and almost Philmont is far greater than the distance from Philmont and Huntington Pike to Ann Street. It's a very small section of roadway.
Yeah, but
You're just trying to stop that congestion of cars going through there. But
you can
Yeah,
only
we're trying to stop people from cutting through the area in there.
So, but in order to like, if you wanted to drive around a barricade at Pine and Red Lion, you're just going into the existing pavement to drive around it. For the one at Philmont and the Pike, you would be driving over the concrete median.
Right.
So functionally, this one makes sense. I do not think one makes sense at Pine and Red Lion.
Okay. You guys agree?
I'm on board.
Yeah.
I'd say let's see how it goes and we can evaluate it. We do more.
We can add another one if we think we need to. Okay.
Next location is Terrawood Road at Daly Road and Terrawood at Welsh.
Yeah.
So you're cutting off access to what, 2 homes then?
It's 4 homes because there's a double driveway on the right-hand side. But it's not they know that they can't get through when the water's that high. It's not like it's going to be news to them. So.
That house is for sale anyway.
That's the one on the left is, yeah.
So if you go, you zoom in, please.
there's a flag lot on just
yeah, right in the center. There's a flag.
in that location.
So you got the business right there, Realty Mark on the left-hand side, and then you have two on the right-hand side that are houses up in there.
Well, yeah, you will be cutting off the business, but they can't get out anyway because the water is usually right there.
What would be the situation in an emergency? If they had to get out, I mean, would they be calling 911 regardless? Or would we need to develop a contingency plan for that?
We're gonna call us anyway, they're gonna get out.
Yeah, right. And we'll have access to business flooding. Yeah, they won't be able to get their car.
They know it floods every time, and they know, they have a plan themselves what to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the next location is Heaton Road. There's nothing in between.
No, it's a dead stretch.
I didn't know it flooded
Yeah,
there.
There's a bridge and all, there's like a creek.
Was there one on Buck too? That's a good location for a set.
Yeah, it's
Up in Long Lane.
Yeah.
I no longer started to for some reason, we get flooding there for some reason.
Yeah. And what about county line on, between like Man, right in that area?
It's usually passable, and you then cut off a lot of our roads, unfortunately, it would be near impossible.
Yeah, well, Piper already has them.
Further up, not going towards.
Because Byberry usually gets close to in upper Moreland, and the county line is the only way you can get from that direction over, other than going all the way around into Abington.
Yeah.
It's the only way.
Yeah.
It does flood there, but it usually is passable, like it's like you're across them.
Sometimes Welsh and Walton floods. Yeah.
All right, so these are the proposed locations for now. They're trying to see if they're acceptable to PennDOT. When we get more information, let us know. Any questions from the public or?
How many again?
There was 5 locations times 10, I believe.
10 altogether, right?
10.
No?
10.
9, 10. Yeah. We funded 8 with the grant, and then we added the total.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Next item, V, review and consider energy generation contracts. We had a 5-year contract with Constellation Energy as the energy broker, and that is off the end of this year. We reached out to get new quotes. Constellation basically had the cheapest quote of them. It's going to be a 2-year contract. The rate that we're in now is 0.048. The new quote moving forward will be 0.07274. So it did go up almost double. Which is why we're doing a 2-year agreement for this term instead of 5-year. Does anybody have any questions? Public? All right, I'll make a motion to authorize staff to enter into a 2-year agreement with Constellation Energy for new energy service rates.
second. Motion's been moved and seconded to authorize staff to enter into a 2-year agreement with Constellation Energy for new energy service rates. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. There's no nays. Next.
Item W, review and consider Buck Road pavement restoration waiver request. Chris, you want to talk about this?
Yes.
Yeah,
Real quick, I'm texting AJ to let her know that she can contact Constellation.
Cool.
All right, so this one has to do with a new construction home on an existing lot at County Line and Buck Road. They are making their utility connections, which just happens to follow when we paved Buck Road earlier this year. So our code based off of that recent paving would require them to do full width for 100 linear feet. Dealing with a single homeowner doing this project. We think that that is probably excessive for what we would recommend to the board to require. We have that full width requirement, say, for when a utility company goes to run a new main. We don't want them impacting our roads. to that extent. So Steve Warner met with the homeowner. So in just trying to work with him on what we think is reasonable. We think that full width paving, but doing 25 linear feet, essentially picking the midpoint from where those trenches are and going 12.5 feet in each location is a fair way to handle this. If the road had been paved more than 5 years ago, you would have a 4x4 patch over each of the individual connections. So this way it'll at least be kind of uniform paving across the road. But we think that reducing that linear footage by 75 feet is fair to that resident who will then eventually occupy the home and maintain the road well enough for our purposes. So we're, as a staff, we couldn't waive the ordinance, so we're recommending that the board authorize that.
That makes sense, everybody?
Okay. Yeah. Do we need to move for that? Okay. You need a motion. Just to recommend the board waive the ordinance requirements with the details described for 3984 Buck Road.
That's it.
Okay. I'd like to make the motion.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to waive the ordinance requirement for the details described at 3984 Buck Road. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Thank you, commissioners.
Next item's Public Works. Steve's at a conference and out at the Owl Bowl. Leaf pickup's going to start soon. The schedule should be out. Is the schedule done yet?
Yeah, I just posted.
Oh, cool. So the leaf schedule is done and posted.
Awesome.
Next item's Liaison HVAA. They just started the fall basketball season. Fall soccer just started. And nothing really exciting for that right now. Travel basketball.
They have their fall fest is coming up.
What do you got? You got the fall fest info?
Well, I sent it out to everybody with the events. But it's a great day for the families and there'll be advertising it heavily. So everyone should take a look, go over to the park and enjoy.
Food and moon bounces. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Case. Next chair recognizes Commissioner Blanton, Chair of the Ordinance Committee.
All right. I only have one item on my report for tonight's the zoning hearing board summary. I'll start with the upcoming September agenda, and I'll ask my colleagues like I did last month. If you have any questions, just hold them until I go through all the applications, and then we'll ask either Ted or Jill to come up, I can see who's still in the audience, to answer any specific questions you may have. I'll start with the first application number 24-24. So this is the continuation of Badishian Properties LLC for 2344 Philmont Avenue. They seek to add a small building addition and reduce parking spaces. There are variances are required to permit the expansion of a non-conforming structure in the floodplain and the parking reduction. Additionally, a special exception is necessary as defined in the floodplain regulations for the building expansion. Application number 24-25. This is the continuation of Andre Levitsky and Maria Betson of 573 Phillip Road. They're seeking a variance to increase the permitted lot coverage from 25% to 36% to allow construction of a 901 square foot patio, which encroaches into the 10-foot setback. Application number 24-28. This application is from Pennypack Ecological Restoration Trust. They're seeking a variance to permit signs on the Creek and Turwood Road frontages. They propose two signs on the same frontage where one is permitted, and they're proposing a sign height of 12 feet 6 inches where only 8 feet is permitted. Number 4 is application number 24-29. This is the application of Stephen Bleckman of 174 Pheasant Lane. He seeks a variance to permit a 24-foot by 16-foot deck. The proposed deck would reduce the rear yard setback from 25 feet to 16.9 and increase lot coverage from 30% to 46.1. Application number 24-30. This is the application of Tadas Brusokis of 1062 Soul Road. He seeks a variance to permit an above-ground swimming pool, which would increase his lot coverage from 28% to 28%, where only 25% is permitted. And the last application on September's agenda is application number 24-31, the application of Clevis and Zonia Galani of 232 Kirk Drive. They seek a variance to allow a 972 square foot in-law suite where 700 square feet is permitted. Last month, 2 applications were heard in the August meeting. Actually, I apologize. Before I move on, are there any questions about any of the upcoming applications?
No.
Okay. There were 2 decisions rendered in the August meeting. The first was for application number 24-23. This was the application of Vladimir Matkevitsky of 3920 Pondview Lane. He sought a variance to increase the permitted lot coverage to 40%, where 25% is permitted. This variance was denied. And the second application was the application number 24-27. This was the application of Moreland Township School District. They sought variances to permit a new wall sign at Moreland Middle School. The first part of their application, the variance to allow the sign height to be above the building's 2nd floor eave line, that was granted. The second part, the variance to permit downward facing lighting, was withdrawn. And the last part, the variance to allow 52 square feet of signage where 50 square feet is permitted, was granted. The other applications discussed at the board's August meeting were continued for future meetings. Any questions about the zoning hearing board?
No.
All right. My liaison positions are for the zoning hearing board, which I just reported on, and the building code board of appeals, which did I meet. And so that concludes my report for the evening.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Blanton. This concludes our agenda items for this evening. Next is public participation for non-agenda items. Would anyone like to address the board?
I thought you were doing it.
Anyone on Zoom like to address the board? Do we have anybody, Liz? Okay. Make a motion to adjourn. Motion to move the second.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.